Go ahead and come in, you guys. Ain't no beat today. And I hope I didn't lag because it might just be a getting leg session. We gonna see. We gonna give people some time to come in. Give me a second. All right, y'all. Ain't no beat, like I said. You guys go ahead, come in. Uh I'm getting legs today. I hope I ain't lie to y'all because I plan on getting to the point that we gonna read these transcripts, but I gotta get some legs, I see. Okay. Now turn the chat on subscriber only mode. Let me put that in the chat. But see people, they goes too far. They goes too far, y'all. Let me type that in here. Chat is in subscriber only mode. Chat is in subscriber only mode. Okay, so everybody knows that. What's good, Gail Hardaway? How are you? What's good? I'm gonna give people some time to come in here. Give me one more second. I need to set something else up. Hey y'all go ahead and come in. I'm trying to calm down. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm trying to calm down because I'm really on 118 right now. Okay, but I'm trying to calm down because if I don't, I'm definitely gonna get some legs. Okay, so I'm trying to calm down, setting up the little channel things, and yeah. Okay, I hope I ain't lie to y'all because I'm telling you, we might not be reading no transcripts. I might just be reading some bodies and some people today. I ain't lying to you. Oh, the cables have been applied. Let me say hi to y'all. Maybe that'll calm you down. What's good, Gail Hardaway? Okay, yes, the chat is in subscriber only mode. You must be subscribed in order to comment in here. Big Baby Pernell, what's going on? Big Vine, what's going on? Gail Hardaway, what's good? Say who went? Oh, you already know it's the other side. It's the other side. Yeah. The other side wants to talk about Kel supporters. And you know what? They asked me, I was asked, and I even agreed to like a little gag order. You know what I'm saying? Not to even really talk about them and get their legs, but I see today that everybody done just got out of their body. Okay. They done completely got out of their body. Okay. So I'm a halfway step out of man, and we gonna see who gonna like it. Okay, and this gonna be a little tap. I'm not even really finna get they legs good. This just finna be a little tap though. But first, second, third, fourth, and fifth of all, okay, if you don't want nobody talking about you, don't talk about the Kel supporters. Okay, I'm not even gonna say the group's name because all these individuals that was over there yapping and bumping their gums wasn't a part of the anti-Kel's group that we all know about. Okay, but it's cool. We'll check them individually. Okay. Now I'm a group them, but they gonna know who I'm talking to and they gonna know who I'm talking about. Number one, okay. And I wish more people was in here because I don't even want to have to say this more than once. I really don't want to have to say this more than once. Neil Taylor 50, what's good? Hey, girl. Who got it? Do I got my, let me get my glasses. I only want to say this one time. This is for the, okay, so y'all know I like my girl Angie. I'll be over there on her chat. Now, excuse me, I missed this live. I don't know if it was this morning because I did like sleep. I slept a while, so I don't know. I think it was this morning though. Shout out to Angie, our channel by Angie. Y'all need to go subscribe. She definitely coming with the legal knowledge over there. Okay, so there was some thoughts over there, bumping their gum and trying to talk about Kels and the Kel supporters. Okay, so let's get our lick back. Okay, so you want to say that Kels is a P word, a pedo. People, everybody, and this ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. Shout out to my other boy. We already hollered. This ain't got none of this stuff got nothing to do with you. I'm strictly talking to the thoughts and the jump offs that's over there in Angie chat trying to be bullies and bumping gums and just getting out their body. Okay. First of all, okay, and you took a shot at Dana. I heard that too. So let's address it. All right. So the word peepo, okay? Pedo. That's all I can say. That's a hot word on YouTube, y'all. So please don't say it in my chat. But pedo. That's all I can say. Now, for everybody who can hear me, and for all the stupid people over there who don't know how to do their definitions, you learn how to do your definitions in fifth grade and fourth grade. They show you how to go in a dictionary and do your definitions, and then you say anti-Kel's haters that you read the paperwork. So even in the paperwork, the doctor, therapist, whatever you want to call them, that came on Wednesday, explain what a pedo was. Okay, stupid. First of all, people, anybody that can hear my words, that word is based on puberty. 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 When you pull up the definition, okay, it's based on puberty. It has nothing to do with the age of a person. A pedo is a person who likes children before they reach puberty. Damn. That lady over there with that big mouth over there talking, trying to take over the chat. The one that do hair. Like, damn, I know you only do hair, but damn, you make the profession look pitiful. You make us all look stupid. Stupid. Sitting up there, yeah, because the girl is 12, so that means he's a pedo. No, that don't mean that, dumb. That means you stupid and you don't know how to do your definitions, okay? The one got the biggest mouth, don't know a damn thing, nothing. Do you all understand what I'm saying? Please don't get misled. Understand, pull up the word. It's prepubescent. That means children before they reach puberty. That's what the P word is, the pedo word. That's what those people like. Okay? Not after they reach puberty. Okay? Before prepubescent. Break the words down. If you got to do pre, go look the word pre up. They stupid. Don't let nobody tell y'all it has to do with age. And guess what? Let's make another announcement, and let me give y'all another good fun fact. Puberty happens in individuals at different ages. Oh, wow. Wow. I hope they listening so they could put that in their database. Yes. Puberty happens for every individual at different times and at different ages. Everybody in this chat hit puberty at different times. It's not gonna say when they turn 12, okay, all the 12-year-olds is gonna have they puberty at the same time. No. I had a friend who had hers at 10. She's an early bloomer. Damn, some of y'all make me sick. They so quick to use that word because they want to be derogatory and negative details. But every time I hear it, they sound so stupid because they don't even know what the word means. It's out of context. Damn. Some of y'all make me sick. Next up, you all want to sit up here and talk about his mental health. And I'm glad Andrew checked y'all and gave y'all another fun fact in regards to how some of the testing goes. Because them people in the panel, stupid number one over there, and then you got the pedo chick in the pedo chick in the chat. She want to try and be a silent assassin. Don't know a damn thing. Sitting up there had a kid at 15 to 16 years old. She the pedo. You in the hairdresser, you in the chat with the real pedo, and you ain't said nothing to her. That's the funny part. That girl had sex with what? Clearly when she was 15, if she had a kid at 16, huh? You don't want to talk about what you did as a child, but you want to try and talk about what Kels did, and he is a pedo and all that. No, focus on you. I'm sick of y'all. You talk too much and y'all don't know what y'all talking about. And let me say something else, number 3, to you all, okay? A 3-year-old, even some infants under 1 can read words. You all understand children have flashcards. Boop, baby, what is this? A truck. Boop, baby, what is this? A ball. What color is this ball? What does it say on the flashcard? Green. Okay, stupid people. Let me give you another fun fact, dum-dums. And you want to talk about people mental health and what somebody can and can't do and what the therapist said. You don't even know what the therapist said because you stupid, because you can't do reading comprehension right. So how you gonna talk about what he can't do and you can't even comprehend what the therapist put in was in the transcript, stupid? Damn. That's the big mouth over there, the leader that thinks she always know about the transcripts and want to bully that lady over there. See, that's what happened. I listened and they bullied one of the Kel supporters over there. But see, y'all know who to pick though. Y'all know who to play with, and y'all know who to pick, and y'all bullied that lady over there. Y'all was tossing her around like a rag doll. But y'all know who to pick. That's what bullies do. Bullies know who to talk to like that, and they know who to pick, because y'all know if I was on that panel, I would have wiped the flow one by one, and you know it. Back to what I was saying. Infant can read words off of a flashcard, okay? So when you all sit up here and say he understands words, he can read words. Yeah, people can read words. A baby, an infant can read words off of a card. Then nobody say he can't read. It's called reading comprehension. When you say reading, that means reading comprehension. That means putting a sentence of words together and saying, Mr. Kelly, read this paragraph and tell me what it is saying. That's what they saying when they saying he can't read. He can read words, dumb, stupid, but he can't read. That's what I should say. Stop. He can't read though. He can read words, but he can't read. Damn. Some of y'all just need, I don't even know. Did y'all? No, you didn't. You ain't go to college. Because if you went, especially the one that do hair, I could tell you only do hair, which is sad, you know what I'm saying? Because you make the profession look real bad, sad and pitiful. But nah, y'all ain't go to college, because if you went to college, y'all comprehension level, y'all ability to look at this case objectively will be different. And your reading comprehension level will be up. Okay. And my thing is, don't speak about topics that you don't know about. Okay. You don't hear me coming up here trying to bump some legal knowledge to you guys. That's not my field. I ask questions that I need to when I need to know something. That's not my field. Stay in your lane. And I hate that stupid term, but that's what I gotta tell y'all. All out of your boundaries. Okay, what number was on? I'm going to 3 anyway. Then third, you want to sit up here and say that the boys, Kel's family, he something is wrong with him, because he don't even fool with his family. That, and then the hairdresser over there, the carpet muncher, that's her real name. The carpet muncher talking about, no, there's something he did to separate himself from his family. Do you know Kels? I ain't never seen you record a phone call. I ain't know you knew him. I ain't know you knew his wife. I didn't know you knew his kids. How in the hell did any of y'all over there in that panel, and then you was like his goddamn kids? I'm glad he got Dre got his goddamn kids, and that's the GOT damn that she said, goddamn kids away from him. Why his kids gotta be goddamn? Huh? If somebody say something about your kids, I guarantee you're going to have a problem, okay? And why y'all speaking on that man's family? You don't know him. You don't know his kids. You don't know his family. You don't know his family dynamics. You don't know why they're there, okay? Now, we can make any assumption that we want, but it would be ignorant to do so. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. And you better be glad that's as far as I got on the video, but I will be listening to the rest of the video. And if I feel like y'all said something else that was out of pocket, I'm coming back and I'm clearing the screen. I'm sick of y'all. How you gonna talk about somebody family? Then the lady over there, the Kel supporter, I forgot her name. I just saw HH. You gonna talk then? The other girl gonna say, I hope her family keeps her away from her kids, and don't let her kids come around her. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. See, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, Kel supporters. They want to try and silence us. They want to keep us from making comments and defending Kels. But I'm telling you, go over there and listen. They straight up said that to that Kel supporter, to that lady. You talk, if we say something about your family, you gonna have a problem. When I say your mama or your daddy or your grandma, you all have a problem with it. Okay. So how you gonna try and put a gag on me and tell us don't say stuff and don't do stuff, but y'all think y'all free to run wild and say what you want? No, you're not. Okay. Understand? I'm clicking back. Every time I hear it, I'm clicking back. Stupid. And that's the whole thing when you got a bunch of people over there that don't know. Henny Hen. Yes, that's her, Lil Mac. And what's good? How you doing? That's her. That's her. Let me see what y'all saying. But I'm sick of y'all. Y'all want to talk about Kel's family? You done talked about the Henny Hen lady family. Talked about her kids, and you think somebody not about to get down on you? Y'all better think again. You better stick to the case. That's all I'm gonna say. Because if I do an individual rundown, I promise you again, some feelings are gonna be hurt. Okay? And I'm being sweet today. I'm being sweet. I'm being so sweet. Because y'all already know. And this got to be the nerve to be a new group of people. Then talked about that lady. Talking about Kel's family. Do anybody in the chat know why Kel's kids is not with him, or we don't, as a matter of fact, we don't even know if he talked to him. How do y'all know if he talked to him on the phone? Y'all don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. I'm sick of y'all acting like y'all know everything. And I promise you, if I go down in your life, oh my God, it's a bunch of rock sticks and blunders and failures. I could tell by the way you talk, ain't none of y'all successful. You probably sit up here all day, sitting up on YouTube, chasing tweets and Twitters, and you ain't got nothing good going on in your life. That's why hurt people hurt people. That's why you want to talk about Kels. And then you got the other P word, the pedo girl over there, had kids at the age of 15 to 16. You a thought and a jump off too. You the real pedo. Nah. Sick of y'all. Y'all always want to say what somebody else did in 18s. Pay attention to what you did. If you worried about him having sex with a minor, you had sex with a minor. Stupid. Not only did you have sex with a minor when you was young, dumb, you left evidence, ho. Nah, I said it. Then y'all took a shot at Dana. I heard it. He probably didn't hear it. But everything I said, nah, that's for taking a shot at Dana too. Nah. For Robert, okay, for example, Robert Parnell, I know. My name is Steven. Okay, hold on. What's good, y'all? I'm sorry. I had to get off real quick. Then people, no, they ain't for no victims. They only want to antagonize our. Yes, that's all they want, Lil Mac. Yeah. Acting like they some holy people, like they shot. And ain't no, and that's another thing too. You can't make us believe nobody that we don't want to believe. If we question somebody, and just like Angie said, people can question their story. We can question it to see if it makes sense and if it's rational. You can't tell us not to question it just because y'all stupid, naive, and y'all done let men mislead y'all all y'all life, and y'all probably some goofies and pigeons, and people done ran y'all all around the city you live in. Doesn't mean that we gonna be stupid too. We gonna ask questions. We want to know what's valid and what isn't and what isn't valid. We just don't sit up and believe everything. Stupid. Dre Kelly ain't better than Kels and the kids. I with Dre, and Kels had custody of his kids at one. Okay. Henny. And then want to talk about he ain't there. I bet your daddy wasn't there in your life. I could tell by the way some of y'all talk, y'all daddy wasn't there. You ain't had no male guidance. And your baby daddy probably ain't there neither for your kids. Okay, worry about your internal home problems that you don't have corrected before you get on YouTube bumping your gums. Okay, Talking about somebody daddy. He wasn't there with his kids. You wasn't there with your kids because you on YouTube talking about somebody when you should be reading them some books, taking them on a trip or something, doing something useful with your life. Go cook them a casserole. Be a mama. Trifling, stupid motherfuckers. I'm sick of them. Miss Lady T, who got it? Tired of y'all. Now let me see if I can get to this part of the transcript as I digress. Say something else. I can't, man. See that y'all some bullies. Y'all, I'm telling y'all. Y'all got off on that lady, Henny. What's her name? Let me see what the Mex said. Henny Hen. Y'all was up there double team and triple teaming her. Oh, I wish I would have seen. And that's what I'm gonna have to start doing since y'all know y'all thoughts be over there. I'm gonna have to, like, even when I can't listen, I'm gonna have to just pop in and graze and listen. Cause y'all had a good old run. Oh, y'all was getting off. Oh, y'all was getting off. Yes, you were. Yes, ma'am. Yes. What's good, Miss Lady T? The baboons on the other side had bullied Henny Hen, the Kale supporter. Talked about Kale, talked about Dana, talked about the Kale supporters, talked about Kale's family, bullied the lady, talked about her kids and her family. Oh, they just had a field day. And I explained the word pedophile. Everybody that hears my words, go to the beginning of this video and listen to the explanation of what a pedo is. Okay? Don't say the word in my chat. It's a hot word on YouTube. But right, go bake some cookies or something. Go be a mama. Trifling jump offs. Damn. Sitting on YouTube talking about what you don't even know about. Don't talk about why his kids. Isn't that weird? He doesn't have relationships with his kids. How do you know? Where your daddy at? Huh? Does your mom even know who your daddy is? Let alone where he at. Where your baby daddy at? Okay? Because I know you ain't married. Half y'all sound like big baby mamas. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Where your baby daddy at? Your kid want to know where they daddy at. Sick of y'all. Now let me go try and read this thing. Let me look, y'all. Give me a second to see. Oh, I'm so hot. I'm so just irritated. I always want to try and degrade that man. Cause you unhappy. Go find your abuser. And go find the person that abused you. Y'all mad at Kelly because you can't find your abuser. So you want to try and kick him while he down, and you want to put him in place of your real abuser. The real abuser probably was your daddy or your uncle anyway. That's why you don't know where he is. Because he jumped off and never reappeared. Sick of y'all. Talk about that lady. Oh, y'all got off. Y'all got off. Yes, you did. Mm-hmm. I pray I'll be there for round 2 though. Just like the prosecutors got off in the New York trial. Uh-huh. That's how they just did old girl. But I'm pulling up like BonJean and I'm shutting it down. It's not finna happen like that. No, we can't even put that on the group, Lil Mac. Because these individuals, all of these individuals that was over there bumping their gums, not even part of that group. You see what I'm saying? We just got to call them anti-Kel supporters. Yeah, they not even part of that group. I can't even put them in that group. Oh, the blogger, it was Keep. It was some the pedo Melanie. Keep R.Kelly up. And the lady that live in hell. The lady that live in hell. And then who else was over there? It was one more. 1, 2. What I think it was them. It was 1, 2. It was them 4. Was that 4? 1, 2, 3. It was 3. Those 3. Those was the 3. But you know what? Hold on, let me try and find this. I want to do this reading. No, I do want to at least go over. Hey, Valicia, Phoenix Rising. Hey, what's good? Hey, what mods I got in here? I got, is it Lil Mac and Miss Lady T and Nell? Y'all make sure while I'm on the other side, please welcome the subscribers and say hello and goodbye. Cause I'm not gonna be able to watch because I gotta try and find I just want to get to the section. We're gonna skip over the part for let me see if this will do it. See if I scroll down. Okay, it's scrolling down. I want to try and get to the part directly of Rashana's. We're gonna skip over the officer. I want to get straight to Rashana's. This is Thursday, the 18th, that I'll be reading real quick. We ain't gonna go over the officer part. I'll go back to that. I'm curious to know what all this talk is about Rashana, and I don't want to get too behind. So let me see. Court. I had an issue. Just want to issue court. Go ahead. Yes, I just want to talk to the government. I just want to run the court that some of the witnesses will be calling in my case. So I'm going to do a cross and then. I'm trying to see where it starts. Yeah, I want to talk about. They some bullies. Some bullies, y'all. Straight bullies. No, we discussed that. Acceptable honor. Talk to one civilian, one federal process. Not even. Give me 1 second, y'all. I can't see what's going on over there. So, Maz, please hold it down for me. That is, thanks, Judge. Detective Everett may resume the stand for cross. Oh, God. He's still up there. Hold on. Oh, God. Well, let me see you. Oh, they got the times on this. Oh, it talks about some of this stuff with Jim Derrick got us. Well, let me ask y'all, do y'all want me to read the cross-examination of the officer or go straight into when Rashana got on the stand? Y'all let me know in the comments what y'all want me to do. Do you want me to read this about the officer or Rashana? Which one do y'all want? Because if I read it all, oops. Hey, Linda Alexander. Right. That's who it was. God, my stomach. Hey, Felicia. Oh, God, I can't breathe. That's exactly who it was. Boy, you made my stomach hurt. Okay, everybody saying all right. Okay, all right. Give me a second. Let me keep looking for it then. Yeah, we'll go back to that. We don't want to hear about the officer. We'll go back to that because all they talk about is the tape and all that. Boo boo bop bop bop. Let's see what. Okay, cross examination by BonJean. Okay, cross examination. Oh wow. Shoot, this on 654. Every. Okay, yeah, he's still up there bumping his gums. Crossed by BonJean. We still going, y'all. Give me a second. Ooh, that was funny. Black and ugly. Look like a boy, too. Monkey face. Oh, it's a lot redacted. Okay, court proceed. Miss BonJean. Okay, inspector, investigator. I'm going to have to show you a police report, and I'm going to ask. Oh, God, he's still up there. That does look interesting. We'll go back and read that. We'll mark where it's at. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We're going to start right here where. Yeah, we might have to start right here, though. There we go. Because this talks about Pinky. So, okay, wait. I think this is where he gets off. Miss BonJean, do you have it? Okay. Now, do you see it? I see it now. Okay, on April 26, 2002, you had the opportunity to speak to, well, first, let me show you. In the last sentence, there we go, by Miss BonJean. Okay, in the last sentence, there is a person's name that begins, well, I'm not even going to say what it begins with. Do you see a person's name at the first word in the last sentence? I do. Okay. If I'm going to call her Pinky. All right. Okay. All right. Now on April 16th of 2002, did you have an opportunity to talk to Pinky's mother? I did. And did you understand Pinky to be Jane's friend? I did. And you also had the opportunity to speak with Pinky. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay. And Pinky did not tell you about any sexual activity she had with Mr. Kelly, did she? Objection. Calls for hearsay. Miss BonJean, it's the opposite of hearsay. Court, I don't believe it would be. What she didn't do is not hearsay. So what she didn't do, it's not hearsay. So, Mr. Jillian, you're asking about a conversation that the person had with with Detective Everett, Your Honor. Court, well, it depends on what's in the conversation. Well, anyway, let's proceed. By Miss BonJean. Well, Judge, I prefer not to have to call him back. So, and Pinky is going to testify, so I'll do it that way. However, the court wants me to proceed. He can answer the question. Okay. What she didn't say. Court, what she didn't say. Okay, BonJean, right. That's all I'm asking about. Court, yeah. By Miss BonJean. Question. Okay. Pinky did not tell you she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly, right? According to this document, this paragraph, no. That's the answer. Question. And you had the opportunity to actually interview Pinky another time. Do you remember that? I did. Okay. And at no point did Pinky ever tell you that she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly, did she? I would have to review my report for the other conversation. Okay, well, we will be able to get that up for you too. Let's look at Paige. Give me a second. Do you remember interviewing her a second time? I do. You think you would remember if she told you she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly? I cannot recall without reviewing my police report. Okay, did you open an investigation into any allegations of sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly as a result of Pinky's allegations? No, I did not. And if she had told you that she was having sex as an underage person with Mr. Kelly, you think you might have opened up an investigation about that? Answer. If who had sex with Mr. Kelly? Pinky. Of course I would have. Yes. And you didn't do that, right? No. I'm going to ask you to look at the screen. And I don't think it's, and when you're done reading that paragraph, will you let me know? Okay, court, the purpose is refreshing his recollection. BonJean, right. Court, okay. Let me know when you finish, detective. Answer, I will. Court, just be clear, just to clear the record, this is being admitted not for the truth, but on what caused him to do or not do something. Okay, the witness. I'm finished reading it. Miss BonJean. Okay, detective, do you remember doing some investigation about another videotape that there was some concerns that it included images of Pinky? No, I do not recall that. Okay, does this refresh your recollection of doing that investigation? No. And at no point did Pinky, well, does this refresh your recollection about whether Pinky and her mother were shown images from another videotape? Yes. Okay. And does it refresh your recollection that Pinky and her mother denied that Pinky was involved in any video recorded activities that were portrayed on this videotape? Right? That's correct. All right. You can take it. You can take that down. Is that it, Miss BonJean? It is, Your Honor. Miss Judge, do you wish to ask questions? Miss Judge. Thank you, Judge. Oh, they made a typo. Miss Judge. Thank you, Judge. That had to be Miss BonJean. Okay. Cross-examination by Miss Judge. Oh, they messed up again. When you testified yesterday, you talked about Mr. Kelly's residence about, okay, no. We don't want to talk about a cross by Judge. Oh, that's the attorney's name. Okay. Okay, I guess I gotta read this. It talks about their goddess. Oh, bootleg booty. Okay, so this is the cross-examination by Miss Judge. That's got to be one of their attorneys. Okay, when you testified yesterday, you talked about Mr. Kelly's residence located at 1010. They're cross-examining the officer Everett. Okay. When you testified yesterday, you talked about Mr. Kelly's residence located at 1010 George Street. Do you remember that? Yes, I did. And were you shown photographs of that resident? Yes. Can you tell us, did you go to each floor, each level of that house when you visited it? I do not recall if I went to each floor. I know I went to more than one level of the house. Can you tell the jurors how many levels were in that house? I don't recall that. At least minimum 2. Do you remember if it was a large or a small house? It was a mid-size, I would say. Do you remember how many square foot? I have no idea. You talked earlier about receiving a videotape from Sun-Times reporter Jim Derogatis, correct? Yes. Can you describe how that took place? Not like physically. Did you physically get the tape from Jim Derogatis? Yes. I was assigned to the Special Investigations Unit, and our commanding officer contacted myself, my partner, and informed us that he had received a phone call from Jim Derogatis of the Sun-Times, who was given a VHS tape by, it was dropped off. It was an anonymous person who dropped it off when they went to the Chicago Sun-Times and met with Mr. Derogatis, who turned the tape over to us. So Derogatis was in possession of the tape and he handed it to you? Correct. Yes. Correct. I'm sorry. The answer is yes. Yes. Thank you. Throughout this investigation, despite the fact that Mr. Derogatis was in possession of the tape, you never started an investigation or arrested Jim Derogatis for possessing child pornography, correct? I did not. You've looked at today A couple of reports that you've written in preparation or throughout your investigation, correct? Yes, I did. Do you recall how many reports you wrote about this case? Not exactly, no. It was quite a few. Quite a few. And it was quite a few years ago, too. So I know I'm asking you, but you understand the purpose of writing reports for each investigation that you conduct, right? Absolutely. Yes. And you understand that the purpose of it is because those reports are going to be used sometimes in a situation like this where someone is on trial. Yes, possibly could be. Yes. And those reports are going to be shared with the prosecutor if there is a prosecutor who pursues the case. Yes. And then those reports also oftentimes come to the defense. Yes, and were used in this case just like they were this morning, correct? Yes. Do you remember how many employees of R.Kelly you interviewed, if any? I would say none. Did you learn of any employees of R.Kelly during your investigation? Yes. Were you given names of various employees by other witnesses that informed us they worked with Robert Kelly? I'm sorry, I messed that up. Question: did you learn of any employees of R.Kelly during your investigation? Answer: yes. We were given names of various employees by other witnesses that informed us they worked for Robert Kelly. Was one of the witnesses named Cheryl Cobb? I'm sorry. Was one of the employees named Cheryl Cobb? Answer: yes, it was. And how about an employee named Camille? Yes. Do you remember what's Camille's job was? No, I don't. What was the last name, if you recall? When did you stop this investigation, or when were you last involved in this investigation? After Robert Kelly was arrested. In what year? 2000. Answer: 2002. Miss Judge, thank you. I have no further questions. Redirect any. So basically, right there, you guys put that in the notes. This guy right here stopped the investigation for Kels in 2002. Okay. I'm glad I did read that part. We're going to have to definitely go back. Redirect any. No, Your Honor. May the witness be excused. You can step down. Call your next witness. Your Honor, the government calls Matthew Holsizer. Raise your hand. Who was that? Let me see. Matthew Holsizer's government witness sworn. Let's see what they talking about. I think we skipping over that. Because what is they talking about? What was the address of the home that you purchased? Oh, that's the landlord. I did. Directing attention to, I work in the technology finance. I was in business industry you worked in. Okay, yeah, this looks like this the landlord, y'all. We skipping over that too. We'll come back if we need to. I don't really care about what they talking about in there. We'll go back because a lot of that stuff is talking about the place, and they talking about the tape a little bit. I see them say something about the Colorado room. We going down. We trying to get to the meat and potatoes. Let me check on y'all real quick. Y'all all right over here? Thank you, Linda, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Okay, are y'all welcoming my guests? Let me see if y'all welcoming the people. Let's see who I missed. Big Bad Cries, XOXOX. What's good? Okay, y'all all right over here? All right, we going back. Let me go back. Okay, let's see. We trying to get to RL. Y'all, they said the mama. We ain't even gonna break the ice yet. And I might have to get a couple more transcripts because I ain't know the mama was gonna get up there and nut up like she did. They said she nutted up today. Okay. I'm calm. I feel much calmer now. Okay, then. Okay, this BonJean Cross of Hut, the landlord. Hey, we don't care yet. We're gonna read it though, but right now we don't care. Colorado room, Bob, Bob, Bob. Okay, you can step down. We will take a 15-minute recess. Can you admonish the sketch artist? Put it on record. Why they gotta admonish the sketch artist? Miss Appendage. Put this on record. This is the next witness is minor one. And this is the one that excuse me. When you sketch, if you sketch, do not sketch the facial feature, okay? Thank you. Are there two? Somebody told me there are two. You agree to not to do that? Is that right, sir? Sketch artist nodded. Now I gotta ask Angie this because this is what I don't understand. They not minors no more. Why you can't sketch the minor's face and they not minors no more? The next witness is minor one. Okay, yeah, but you're not currently a minor. So why they can't sketch the face? Y'all take a note of that. Okay, please be seated. Mr. Williamson, Your Honor, briefly, before we call the next witness, we wanted some stipulations into the record. Court, all right. Thank you. It is hereby stipulated to and agreed by and between the United States of America, by and through its attorneys, John R. Lausch Jr., and United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, the defendants Robert Sylvester Kelly, Darrell McDavid, Milton Brown, that the following facts are and should be considered to be true and accurate. Stipulation: government exhibits 301, 302, and 303, 304 are true and accurate copies of transcripts of proceedings before the special grand jury of the Circuit Court of Cook County that occurred on the dates reflected on the transcripts. All right, let's go, y'all. Those exhibits are the grand jury testimony. Okay, stipulation: on or about June 5th, 2002, a grand jury of the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois, returned the indictment charging defendant Robert Kelly in the case of People of the State of Illinois versus Robert Kelly, 02 CR 14952, with 21 counts of child pornography related to video 1 and Jane. Do y'all hear that? They gave him 21 counts of child pornography relating to video 1 and Jane. The case was tried and a jury beginning on May 20th, 2008 and ended on June 13th, 2008. Robert Kelly was acquitted of the charges. I didn't even know he was hit with that many counts back then. They was trying to get his legs back then. From approximately June 5th, 2002 through June 13th, 2008, Robert Kelly was released on bond and was not in custody while the Cook County case was pending. Stipulation: government exhibit 305 is a true and accurate copy of the June 5th, 2002 indictment in the case of People versus Robert Kelly. Stipulation: government, okay, they doing the same thing. Entering the grand jury and evidence. Okay, miss, would you please stand and raise your right hand? They sworn her in. Okay, good morning, good morning. This is Miss Appendage. This is the government witness. This is RL, y'all. Rashana. Okay, now, normally I would ask that you state and spell your name, your first and last name, but we're not going to do that today because you are testifying under a pseudonym. Is that correct? Correct. And what's that pseudonym, Jane? Jane, can you please tell us the month and the year in which you were born? September 1984. Y'all put that in the chat, please. She was born September 1984. And you may need to move just a little bit closer. And again, can you tell us the month and the year that you were born? September 1984. And how old are you now? 37. Please tell the jurors where you were raised. In Oak Park, Illinois. For those of y'all that don't know, that's you got random people in there. Oak Park is like middle to low class. You got a mixture. Let me not say, you got a mixture of people in Oak Park, okay? That's the west side of Chicago. No, that's outside. That's west of Chicago. It's Oak Park. She didn't grow up in Chicago. Oak Park, Illinois is west. Okay, west of Chicago. All right. And can you please tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background? I went to junior high at Emerson. I did homeschool and I did high school at OPRF. What's OPRF? OPR. I'm about to think about what that is. And what are some of the activities you participated in while you in high school? Basketball. When did you start playing basketball? I started playing basketball in about 6th grade. Did you continue through junior high and high school? Yes. Did you take team photos with your teams or the various years? Were you guys wearing uniforms? Yes. I'm showing you that I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Government Exhibits 116, and you should see that on the screen in front of you. Do you see that there? Yes. And what is Government Exhibit 116? That's my high school photo when I was a sophomore, I believe. And yeah, that was me, a part of the basketball team. And you said you were in sophomore, so about 10th grade. Yes. And you were approximately 15 or 16 years old in the photo. Correct. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, the government will move to admit Government Exhibit 116 published to the jury. Any objection? No. It's admitted. Okay, you may publish. Okay, and again, this is your basketball photo, correct? And although it's whited out right there, your number and the team's name is on that shirt. Is that right? Yes. And when did you stop playing basketball? My junior year in high school. Now, question. Now, you mentioned that you were homeschooled at some point during your educational career. Is that right? Yes. And why were you homeschooled? Because I was in a music group. So you're not going to mention the actual name of the music group during your testimony, but we are. We'll just refer to this as a music group. Is that okay with you? That's fine. How many members were in the group? A total of 4. And who were they? Without naming their names, but just generally, who were they? My cousins. And whose side of the family? Technically, both sides of our family. So on your both mom and dad's side, was your family musically inclined? Yes. Including your parents? Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about what they did in the terms of music? Answer. My mom used to sing in a music group when she was younger, and my dad was a musician. And you said was a musician. Did your father pass away? Yes. And when was that? About a year ago. Jane, can you tell us how the group came together? Yes. It was It was a group of cousins. My uncle actually started the group. He saw potential in us. We were writers. My cousins were musicians and rappers. How old were you when the group came together? I was about 12. What type of music was the group creating? It was like positive hip hop, like Christian hip hop. And what was your role in the group? I was like the lead rapper. Did you also do some singing as well? Yes. Did the group have a CD? We did. How well did the CD do? How well did the public react to the CD? It was very successful overseas. So we were really popular and we went like platinum and gold in like Germany and Europe. And that was overseas, right? Right. Correct. Question. In the United States, how was it? Same or a little bit less? Answer. A little bit less. We were popular like locally, but not as much as we were out of the country. And I'm sorry, and where did this group perform? Here, locally here, meaning in the United States? It would just be like local churches or festivals. I'm showing you what's previously been marked as government exhibit 118. Do you see that on the screen? Yes. And what is government exhibit 118? That's a photo of me during the group. I'm pretty sure we took that for like a magazine or something out of the country. Yeah. Question. Yeah. Did the group from time to time take professional photos to be used for promotion and CDs and things like that? Yes. And is this one of those photos? It is. And how old were you in that photograph? I was about 13. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, the government moves to admit Exhibit 118 to publish to the jury. Is there an objection? Hearing nothing, it's admitted. You may publish it. Question again. So this is one of the photos that you took as part of the music group, right? Yes. And did you use this in promotional activities? Is that what it was for? Correct. How was that time for you when you were touring with your music group and playing with your cousins? It was an amazing time. We were very successful. We got to travel to a lot of different countries, and I was living within my dream. I was very happy. Question. And who did you travel with when you all went overseas? My uncle. So you had an adult chaperone that you were with I'm sorry, with you and your cousins. Answer. Yes. I didn't ask this before. How old were your cousins in relation to you? They were a couple years older than me. So I was over 13, between like 15, 17. And during the tours, that's how you started this. Is that's when you were doing homeschooling? Is that right? Yes. Did you also do some homeschooling when you were not on tour? When you were back here in the States? Yes. And why was that? Because we were still traveling. So even though we might have not been like on tour, we were still we can go over to work on a CD or be called for a show. So I didn't enroll back into school. Do y'all hear that? I didn't enroll back into school. Okay, this is a teenager stating it because of her music career. Huh, interesting parents. Question. Okay. At the group's peak, did the group sign like a deal? I'm sorry. Question. Okay. At the group's peak, did the group sign like a recording deal or a recording arrangement? Yes. And how did that make you feel when that happened? It made me feel accomplished. It made me feel happy. And how did you see music? I was very inspired by music. Again, my family was very musically inclined and it was very therapeutic for me. So I was That was my perception of it. Question: did you see it as a career, as something you could do for the rest of your life, even for money? Yes, that was my goal. Yes, that was my goal. Okay. Are you familiar with the person named Robert Kelly? Yes. And how did you first come to know Mr. Kelly? Through my Aunt Stephanie. Did you know who he was before you personally met him? Yes. And how did you know who he was? As an artist, through his music and his success. What kind of music was he creating? R&B. And how was it that you heard the music or saw it? Through television, radio. The music question. The music, his music were routinely played on the radio, correct. And what about on TV? Like, where would you see him on TV? Well, in like award shows or just different video channels. What about, did you see like recordings from him, concerts or such on TV? Yes. And you had mentioned that you had an occasion to personally meet Mr. Kelly. Is that right? Yes. Can you move a little bit closer to the mic? Sure. I think you can actually move it towards you too. The actual mic. Okay, there you go. Did a member of your family have a closer connection to Mr. Kelly? Yes. And who was that family member? Stephanie. And what side of how was Stephanie related to you? She was related to my mom. So she's your mom's sister? Question. Sister? I'm sorry. Answer. She's related to my mom. Question. So she's your mom's answer. Sister? Question. Sister? Okay. Answer. Uh-huh. And we'll talk a little bit more about Stephanie in a moment, but when we were talking about how you knew Mr. Kelly, did you know him to have a stage name? Yes. Before you met him, and what was that? R. Kelly. And was he referred to as R. Kelly when you first met him? Yes. I'd like to direct your attention to the first time you met Robert Kelly. So I'm directing attention to 1996 and 1997. How old were you during those years? Answer: I was about 12 or 13. Question: and can you please explain the circumstances around that first meeting? Answer: he came to a gospel concert at my church. You said it was a gospel concert. Was he performing there? No, he was just coming as a guest. And at the time, did you know that he was going to be there at the event? No. So was your music group performing at the event? No. What were people's reaction when he showed up? They were very excited. How so? Can you describe like the energy in the room? Like what happened when he walked in? It was just a lot of wows. It was a lot of whispers. It was just like a different energy. There was attention drawn to his presence. Question. And again, he wasn't there to perform or anything, was he? No. Why were people having those? Did you have that reaction when he walked in? Answer: I did. Why? I was excited. I knew who he was as an artist. I knew his level of success. So I was, as a performer, as a person who was aspiring to be in the music industry, I was just excited like every other fan in the room. Question: you said his level of success and you said you were a fan. Like, are you talking about like superstar level? Yes. What about him then made him seem like a superstar? His music, just he was famous. Seeing him on TV, hearing him on the radio, his level of success at the time. And so at this church concert, did you get to personally meet him? Yes. And how did that happen? It was like backstage, or when the concert was over, my aunt took me over to where he was, and she introduced us. Did you get a chance to have any conversation with him? Yes. I was just explaining, how excited I was that he was there. It was pretty general like that. So then, when was the next time that you met Mr. Kelly in person? The next time I remember meeting him in person was when my group was performing and he came to our show that we were having in Chicago. And question. And about how much time had passed between that first meeting and the second one? I can't remember exactly, but probably was like a few months, weeks to months. Okay, not years, no, weeks or months. Answer. Did you know that he would be there this time at your performance? Did you know that in advance? Yes. And how did you know that? Through my aunt Stephanie. And so I'm sorry. And so when he showed up this time, what were people's reaction when he came in that concert? Is that the same as before? The crowd was a little bit more youthful, so there was a lot more morale or excitement and attention drawn to him. And again, I'm sorry, I messed that up. Question. And so when he showed up this time, what were people's reaction when he came into that concert? Answer. It was the same as before. The crowd was a little bit more youthful, so there was a lot of more moral and excitement, morale and or excitement and attention drawn to him. Question. And again, so at this time, were you aspiring to be a musician yourself? Yes. And how did you feel about Mr. Kelly being able to observe you perform as an artist? I was very excited. And how did the performance go? It went very well. Everything was as expected it to be. So then after the performance, did you get to meet Mr. Kelly face to face? Yes. Can you explain that? How the interaction went? We got done. I went to the vehicle with my aunt and we were discussing the show. And he was telling me how great of a job I did, how the concert went well, and just giving me like pointers on how I handled the stage. And that was pretty much it. What did it mean to you to have the opportunity to meet such a superstar at this point in your own music career? I felt successful. I felt happy. Did you receive any feedback from Mr. Kelly about how the performance was in addition to what you did? What you said just now? Just that was pretty much it. That was just a general interaction. He did give me Miss BonJean. I'm sorry. Can she speak up a little bit into the by the witness? Sure. I'm sorry. Yes, I did receive feedback. He told me I did a great job. He gave me pointers on how I handled the stage, what he thought went well, and it was just and him just critiquing, how the performance went. By Miss Appendage. Question. How did that make you feel? It made me feel accomplished. It made me feel happy that such a successful person was, saying I was gifted. So I was excited. Now, before we go further, I'd like to ask you, Your Honor. Well, first, I'd like to ask, if you were to see Robert Kelly today, would you be able to recognize him? Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask if you can instruct everyone in the courtroom to remove their masks. Court, remove mask, please. Everyone in the courtroom, Your Honor. Miss Appendage, can you please take a look around the courtroom and let me know if you do see Mr. Kelly? I'm sorry, if you do see Robert Kelly in the courtroom? Answer, yes. And can you describe an article of clothing that he is wearing and where he is located in the courtroom? Answer, a navy blue blazer. And where is he located in the courtroom? On the left side. Is he behind me? Yes. Seated at the table? Correct. And can you further describe any? BonJean, so stipulated is Mr. Kelly. Court, all right. Stipulate she identified him. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you see? I believe everyone could put their mask back on. Did you start to see Mr. Kelly more after the concert where you performed? Yes. And how and where did you start to see him more? I would see him at his basketball gym, at the studio, or restaurants. And would you be with Stephanie at this time? Yes. Y'all hear that? How and where did you start to see him more? I would see him at his basketball gym, at the studio, or restaurants. And would you be with Stephanie at this time? Yes. Miss BonJean, objection to the leading. Okay, don't lead. Give her, ask open questions. Thank you. All right, so she went to his gym, she went to a studio, she went to restaurants to see kills with her aunt. Would you be with your aunt at this time? My aunt Stephanie, how old were you during this time frame? About 13 or 14. Why was you say you were with Stephanie at these times when you saw him at the studio, at the gym, and at restaurants like that? Yes. Why was Stephanie around him so much? Because they were working together musically. Did they also have a personal relationship? Yes. A romantic relationship? Yes. And from whom did you learn that they had this personal romantic relationship? Stephanie. Were you and Stephanie close? Yes. How close would you describe that relationship? We were very close. I really looked up to her. I admired what she was doing musically, and I kind of consider her like my aunt, but like a really close friend as well. Question. Okay, y'all hear that? She knew her aunt was friends with Kels. She knew her aunt had a romantic relationship with Kels. Put that on the books. Okay. Also, she met him more when they went to his restaurants, to the gym, and to the studio to see him with the aunt. Okay, put that on the books. We were very close. I really looked up to, okay, we already read that. Question. What would you do while you would mention that you were seeing them both. You were seeing when you would see Mr. Kelly, you were with Stephanie at the studio. Is that one of the places you said yes? And when you were at the studio, first of all, what studio are you talking about? Do you recall the names of the studios? Answer BASE Productions and Chicago Tracks. Those are two separate places, as you recall. Correct. What would you do while you were with Stephanie and Mr. Kelly at the studio? Um, I would be there just kind of like hanging out, watching them make music or doing producing or her recording. Do you spend more time at one of those studios or the other? I would say I spent most of the time at Chicago Tracks. About how many times in your lifetime? So, not just that time, but in your lifetime, have you been at the Chicago Track Studio? Many times, like tens or the hundreds. Answer hundreds. Can you describe the studio, please? Yes. So, when you pull up to the studio, there was a silver gate, there are rock gravel, there was like a you call to get into the gate. There is a black door. You walk inside of the studio. There was like a little customer service area where the person who opens the door was. There was rooms, stairways, and recording rooms. Question: what type of rooms did you say? Did you say were there lounges and recording rooms? What's a lounge room? The lounges were where people would sleep or where people would wait before they went into sessions? And can you describe to the jury what the studio is and what it looks like? The studio rooms. There was a lounge area that had a bathroom in it with couch, TV, refrigerator. There was one that was like an office space with chairs, desk, file cabinet, and the studio rooms themselves. What were those like? What did they look like? The studio rooms, yes, where? The recording question, where? Answer, the recording took place. And question, is that where recording took place, in the studio rooms? Yes. There were like vocal booths. There were vocal booths and like other lounges. Yeah. Before your testimony today, did you review some photographs that you had identified as photos of Chicago track studio? I did, yes. And where was that studio located? On Larrabee. Is that in Chicago? Uh-huh. I'm going to hand these to you. Now I'm going to show you a group of photographs. They're exhibited 114. Does that say 114? Yes. 114 A through T. Please take a moment to look through the photographs and let me know when you're finished. Please. Sure, I'm done. Thank you. Now, governments 114 through T. Are those the photos that you reviewed prior to your testimony that we were just talking about? Yes. Hold on, I want to see if I can see y'all on here. Okay, no, I gotta finish that live. Okay. I'm gonna try and watch y'all from see if I can see. Okay. Get the likes up, please. Where my likes at? Okay, sure, I'm done. I need to see at least 30 likes, y'all. Get the likes up, please. Moment of silence for the likes. Carmel, what's good? Okay. Yes, and those, okay, they put them in the evidence. Okay, and do those photos truly and accurately depict portions of the interior and exterior of Track Studio as it looked during the time frame you were describing? And that's 1996, 1997, when you were 12 and 13 years old. Answer, yes. Miss Appendage, your order moves to submit Exhibit 14A through T. Okay, they admitted in the evidence, blah, blah, blah. Okay, do you see what's there? What was depicted? That's the entry to the Chicago tracks. What you depicted in the photo, that's the call box to enter the gate. And did you have to use a callbacks every time you were trying to go inside the actual building? Yes. What's depicted in government 14C? That's the doorway to get into the studio. So after you go through the gate, then you get into the door. Yes. What's depicted in 14D? That's the gate to the studio. Okay, we don't even have to read all that. Studio, open into the room. Okay, she knows what the studio looked like. All right. What was depicted? Government office space. Okay. All right. Question. And you're saying they were very successful. How do you know that? Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Question. What are those things that are on the walls there? Answer. Those are different albums that were very successful. And you're saying they were very successful. How do you know that? Is there anything in the photos that's how it is when it's like a platinum multi-million-dollar sales record? Are you familiar with this record or album that is depicted there? Yes. What is that? That's the 12 play album. Can you take that down for 1 second? Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 120. Okay, do you see it on the screen? That's the album cover of the 12 play album. That's a blown up picture of what was identified on the office wall. Yes. Your Honor, the government will move. Okay, they putting it in. No objection. Okay, question. All right, there we go. What is depicted in Exhibit 120? This is the album cover for 12 play, and that's the album cover that you saw on the wall in the office. Yes. Is this how Mr. Kelly looked when you met him? Yes. Meaning his shape and build. Correct. Did he have a bald head when you met him? I'm sorry. When you first met him for the first time? Yes. Was his hair always bald or no? He would wear bald and sometimes he would wear it like a fade. So going back to tracks. All right. So we left the government exhibit I believe. Now we're to the government exhibit H. Okay. They putting it in another angle of the office, the lounge area. Okay, they putting all that stuff in the evidence. Question: whose lounge space and office were those? Answer: Robert's. And when you say Robert, can you refer to him as Robert in your testimony? That's fine. But when you say Robert, you mean the defendant Robert Kelly, is that right? Yes. Showing you what's been marked. Put more stuff in the exhibits. Furniture. Talking about the lounge. They put more stuff in. That's the bathroom. That's the TV that was in the lounge as well as in the bathroom. Okay, y'all, they putting all this evidence in. Okay, office space. Okay. Question: and how was it for you to have those experiences? It was really nice to see them working and collaborating. Hold on, I need to go back. Okay, here we go. All right. So back to when you would visit the studio with Stephanie, you had mentioned that you were watching them do their thing in terms of making music. Is that right? Yes. And how was it for you to have those experiences? It was really nice to see them working and collaborating. And what were your interactions with Mr. Kelly at this time in the studio? And again, this time you were talking about 1996, 1997, when you started going to the studio. I was just going there and watching him as an artist, watching my aunt as an artist, and they were just producing music, and that was it at the time. Would you have conversations with Mr. Kelly? Yes. And what was the general nature of those conversations? What would you talk about? Well, we talk about basketball. We would talk about music, my goals as an artist, or how I was doing in school. It was general conversation like that. How many times a week were you visiting Chicago Track Studio again during that time period early on? Maybe twice a week. Now, during this time period again, when you were 12, 13 years old, what, if anything, did Stephanie instruct you to do to help foster a closer relationship between you and Mr. Kelly? Hey, she told me that she would ask him to be my godfather and that I should sit on his lap and I should rub his head and ask him if he would play that role in my life. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. She told me that I should ask him to be my godfather and that I should sit on his lap and I should rub his head and ask him if he will play that role in my life. Wow. Okay, question. And did you do that? Yes. And at that time, did you want to have a closer relationship with Mr. Kelly? Yes. And for what purpose at that time? He was just the person that I looked up to. I was very inspired by him, his talent. He was fun. We had a lot in common, basketball, music. So I thought it was a good idea at the time. Question: where did this happen where you asked him to be your godfather? In the office at Chicago Track Studio. In that office, the pictures that we just went through, yes. What was his response? He looked at me, he kind of chuckled a little bit, and he said, yes. Did you have other godparents at this time that were named by your parents? Yes. What, if anything, did you tell your parents about you asking Mr. Kelly to be your godfather? I just let them know that I have a new godfather. Obviously, they knew who it was. I let them know Robert agreed to be my godfather. And they thought it was cool. And you said your parents obviously knew who he was. How did how do you know they knew who he was? They knew who he was through my aunt Stephanie, and at the time she was recording with him, so they, from her being musically inclined and working with him and signing the record deal, that's how they became familiar with him. And was your father working with Mr. Kelly at this point? No. But later he will come to work for Mr. Kelly? Yes. Question, correct? Okay. So you talked a little bit to us about what your interaction was with Mr. Kelly were before he, I'm sorry. So you talked a little bit to us about what your interactions with Mr. Kelly were before he came your godfather. After this conversation, did your interactions with Mr. Kelly change? Yes. So first, let's talk about the conversation. The things that you guys would say to one another. How did the way that he spoke to you change? Miss BonJean, objection on foundation grounds. The court, what do you want? You want the date or the time? Miss BonJean, well, just generally some time period. The court, all right, the place and time. Establish what you're talking about with these conversations. Yes, Your Honor. So in the time frame after he asked you to be his godfather, that's the time frame you were talking about. Okay. And how old were you during that time? Answer: I was 13. Okay. So when you were 13 years old, did the way that Mr. Kelly spoke to you speak to you in conversations after he became your godfather change? Yes. And about what's the time frame between the time he asked you to be his godfather and the time that these conversations started to change? Weeks. And were you 13 years old? Correct? Yes. So what was the nature of the way in which the conversations changed? Answer: it became sexual. How did it become sexual? Through his tone of voice and just the things he might say. And how did they start first in person or on the phone? On the phone. And can you explain to us, what do you mean by things became sexual specifically? We would spend a lot of time on the phone together, and eventually he might ask me a question like, what color panties are you wearing? Question: anything else in the conversation? Answer: that's all I can remember. Things of that nature to start with. When you say things of that nature, were there other things that he would ask or tell you that was going on with him during the call? Miss BonJean, I'm going to object to the foundation. Is it a call? Specific call? Court, she wants to know, I guess, on the telephone, or I guess you said it's on a call by Miss Appendage. So the question was, what are some of the other things that he would say that you said that were sexual in nature, that were different in a way that he started to talk to you? Answer: about my breast growing, like I said, the content of my undergarments, like my color of my panties, or if I need to be wearing bras and things like that. Did the conversations on the phone progress to something more sexual on the phone? Yes. What? Phone sex? When you say phone sex, what do you mean? He would start asking me different questions sexually, and he would let me know that he was jagging off. Question: what you said about that? How long after the conversation about him being your godfather until those more sexual conversations occurred? About how much time? It was weeks. And did this type of talk continue in person? Yes. And where will these conversations happen? Again, were you 13 or 14 at the time? Correct? Yes. Miss BonJean, I'm sorry. What was the question? By Miss Appendage. Where would these conversations occur? Answer: it would occur at the studio, or if we were riding in the car, over the phone. Did the conversations about things that were sexual in nature that you described earlier, did they become more than just talk? Yes. When did they become more than just talk? Around the age of 14. Can you tell us? See, this is the problem right here. All right. Now, y'all, I was on number 13. Okay. Right here. Once again, they did it earlier too. I didn't point it out, but they did it again right here. And where would these conversations happen? Again, you were 13 or 14 at the time, correct? Yes. 13 or 14. Okay. We need to know what your age was. Once again, they tried to, earlier they said 12 or 13. You all see what I'm saying? They keep trying to do time periods and spreads. No, were you 12, or were you 13 at the time, or were you 14, or were you 15? You see what I'm saying? That's how we can question the time, the age of the person, because you don't have definite times here. And that's why I was saying in the panel also, that's that's really in the weeds, because 13, 14, it needs to be definite. What was the age? It shouldn't be no question. Okay. It's ridiculous. How old was she when the phone sex started? Around the age, I was on number 13. Okay, yeah. So right here, when did they become more than just talk? Around the age of 14. Okay, so right up here, you said 13 or 14 for something else when the conversations happened. And now you saying that you 14 around the time that it became phone talk. Y'all paying attention? Pay attention to what they doing. Can you tell us about the first time that the talk became more than just talk? It became physical. Yes, we were in the studio and we were like watching TV and chilling after maybe a session had ended, and it began with like rubbing and touching. Can you be a little bit more specific about how the encounter happened, how it went down? Okay, so were you sitting in the office area of the studio on the couch talking, watching TV? And obviously we had began phone sex at the time. So it would start out like a regular conversation, like we would be having during phone sex. And this particular time, it became more physical with touching of the breast and him rubbing on. He was rubbing on your genitalia area. Answer: uh-huh. Object to the leading. Court: yeah, don't lead. Have her describe it. Miss Appendage, where was he rubbing? He was rubbing in my vaginal area as well as on himself. He was rubbing himself, yes, where? On the part of his body, on his genital area. Were other people around? Let me back up. I'm sorry. Were other people around? Let me back up. You said this happened in the studio. Is that correct? Yes. At Tracks, Chicago Tracks? Yes. And was it in one of the rooms that we saw in those pictures? Correct. Did you say this happened to the coach? I'm sorry, on the couch. Is that what you said? Yes. And it was the couch that was in those pictures that we saw? Yes. And what time of the day was this, if you recall? It was like the wee hours of the night after like a studio session. Were other people around, meaning in that room or in that general vicinity? No. Is that you? I'm sorry. How was that you were able to be with him at night? Thank you for the question. I was about to say, you said this happened at like in the wee hours of the night. Is that what your testimony was? Yes. How was it that you were able to be with him at night? Well, by him becoming my godfather and me spending time around him casually, like at the gym, my parents felt comfortable enough to, at the time, let me stay there because I was there for the sessions. And it was like normal for me to be there watching him produce. And it was just when he became my godfather, I was able to do without my aunt being involved. Do y'all hear that? So your aunt wasn't around doing this encounter that you're talking about that happened on the couch in his studio, or sorry, in the office space? Correct. Was Mr. Kelly married at the time? Yes. Oh my God. Did your parents know that you were at the studio at the time? Miss BonJean, objecting to what other people knew unless she has a first. Well, court, well, overruled. She can answer. Can you repeat the question for me, please? Sure, I can't rephrase. Did you tell your parents you were at the studio at that time? No, they would think that I was going back to the house as with the family. And when you say the family, you are talking about his wife? His wife, meaning Robert Kelly's wife, yes. After the first sexual encounter that happened on the couch there in his office lounge, did things progress sexually? Yes. How and where? They started to progress vaginally. We started penetration. That was at the George Street house. Yeah, let me go back. My God. So this girl knew that he was married at the time. She said yes. And she knew that her aunt was having a sexual relationship with him also. Okay, let me come back over there and see what y'all doing. Y'all all right over here? Let's see the government card, some bully. Yeah, she need to be in school, reading a book. But her parents, do y'all and I want y'all to answer that for me because I need to know if I'm tripping. How is it that you could name a random man? I'm gonna just go to my mama and tell her, oh, the guy named Bob is my new godfather. And now that I just named Bob as my new godfather, okay, you might have seen him with one of my uncles or my aunts. Does that give you the right as parents to let her go off with Uncle Bob by herself, who is still a stranger to the family? They don't know, Kels. I'm sorry. They're so much incompetence going on. This is actually pitiful. This is pitiful. Yeah, I think my mouse done went out. Doggone it. Hold on. Shoot, it did. Hold on. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Y'all give me a second. Let me go get another mouse. I'm sorry, get another battery. Yeah, Carmel, that's stupid. That don't make no sense. You gonna sit up here and let a random man go off. Okay, hold on, y'all. All right, we back in business. Okay. Yeah, that's pitiful. All right, we going back to read. All right. Was Miss okay, we read that when Mr. Kelly was married at the time. So she going, and then not only that, they got her going back home with his family, with his wife. Okay. So the girl not even going back to her house. They allowing her to go back to Kel's house with Kel's wife. So this girl knows that Kel's is married. Okay. She also knows that her auntie is having a sexual relationship with Kel's. Okay. Make note of that. Okay. After the first sexual encounter that happened on the couch, there in his lounge, office lounge, did things progress sexually? Yes. However, they started to progress vaginally. We started penetration. That was at the George Street house. Before there was penetration, and you're talking about vaginal penetration, sexual intercourse, is that right? Yes. Before that, were there other sexual acts that you engaged in before getting to that point? Yes. Can you please describe those acts and where they would occur? They would occur at the studio or at the George Street house, and it was through like different sexual acts being filmed. Okay. So let's back up a little bit and talk about the progression of time. So you were, again, this was around the time you were 13 or 14, correct? BonJean, objection. She testified to she was 14. Let's go, BonJean. Get them right to some dates. Come on now. Excuse me. Leading is inappropriate. Okay, court. Okay, all right. I guess she wasn't. Be more specific. 13 or 14. The age you are talking about. Miss Appendage, yes, Your Honor. By Miss Appendage, when you were 14, so you're talking about when you were 14 years old. Answer, Question, Mr. Kelly was engaging you in sex acts when you were 14 years old. You explained that at some point it turned into vaginal intercourse, but before that, there were other sexual acts. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so what kind of type of sex acts before intercourse? It would be like oral sex, kissing, hugging, sucking on breasts, sucking on, oral. How would you know what to do with him sexually? Because he would tell me what to do. Were you familiar and had you heard of sexual requests that he was asking for you? No. You had mentioned that some at somewhere, and where were these sexual acts happening? Again, before there was sexual intercourse, at the studio and at the George Street house. How old were you when you began having sexual intercourse? I'm sorry. How old were you when he began having sexual intercourse with you? 15? Do you, and how do you know, how was it that you were 15? Because that's when I lost my virginity. Now, you've told us that you would have these sexual encounters at the George Street house and at the studio. Hold on, I got to go back. Because she said she was 15 when she started having sex. And I swear she said up here, okay. So let's go back a little bit and talk about the progression. So again, things, this was around the time, hold on, what was around the time? And her wife, objection. Hands on final time, objection, son, rephrase. Okay. After the first sexual encounter that happened on the couch, there in his lounge, did sexual things sexually. Okay. Now, right here. Okay. So, after the first sexual encounter that happened on the couch there in his office lounge, did things progress sexually? Yes. How and where? They started to progress vaginally. He started penetration at the George Street house. Okay. Now, right here. Okay, so let's go back up a little bit and talk about the progression of time. So you were, again, this was around the time you were 13 or 14, correct? Objection. Yes, she testified she was 14. Right here. Okay, all right. I guess she wasn't specific. Okay, so when you were 14, so you were talking about when you were 14 years old. Uh-huh. And Mr. Kelly was engaging you in sex act when you were 14 years old. You explained that at some point it turned to vaginal intercourse. But before that, there were other sexual acts. Is that correct? See, that's the contradiction right there. She's saying it was at 14. Okay. And then now she came down here and said it was 15. Okay. Do y'all see that? And how do you know? Because that's when I lost my virginity. Like I said in the panel the other day, most women know when they lost their virginity. Okay. Now, whether she telling the truth or not, we don't know. But she said 15. Okay. Now look at this. Y'all, she said 15. 13, they tried to rock it 13, 14. Then she said 14. Now here she said 15. Okay. Now you told us that you would have these sexual encounters at the George Street and the studio. Now, how was it that you would meet up with Mr. Kelly to engage in these sexual acts? Can you repeat the question for me, please? Yes, I can. You had mentioned that you had sexual acts with Mr. Kelly at the studio and at his home at 1010 George Street, right? Is that correct? Yes. And you weren't living at either of those places, correct? No. At this time, again, 14, 15 years old, correct? Once again, they rocking the age. Again, 14, 15 years old, correct? Okay, not specific age. Okay, correct. So how is it that you all will hook up and then connect to meet up to have sex or engage in sex? Usually I would go to the basketball gym with my parents or my aunt still, and we would leave there, maybe go eat or go back to the studio. And then it would be like a weekend situation where my parents knew that I was going to be going to my godparents' house for the weekend. So they would pretty much drop me off and then leave. Right there, they need to go to jail. Incompetent. Got your kid. You don't even know what your kid doing. Okay, question. Okay. And how would you communicate with Mr. Kelly in advance of these times where you would meet up? It would be over the phone, and I would just ask him if it was okay to come over for the weekend, and he would say yes. He would say he can meet me here, whether it be at the studio or the gym or whatever was pretty much happening at the time. How would the invitations go? Would he sometimes invite you to come over, and you would sometimes ask to come over? Yes. And were you meeting up so that you could engage in these sex acts? Yes. And were you meeting up so you could engage in these sex acts? Yes. How would you discuss that on the phone? I'm sorry. Would you discuss that on the phone? No. Where would you say that your parents would drop you off? Miss BonJean, I'm going to object to. We're talking about, I don't know if she's, 1 minute she's talking about 13, 14, 15. There's no foundation. And there needs to be some foundation. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, we were talking about when she was 14 years old. Miss BonJean, no, we weren't. She said 15. BonJean on their ass. BonJean looking like I'm looking and reading. That's right. 14. I'm sorry, Miss Appendage. Leading up, I was finishing my sentence. Leading up to when she was 15 and engaged in sexual intercourse. The court, all right. Miss Appendage, we haven't gone. That's the time frame we were in right now. The court, okay. You're asking her whether she was 14 or 15. Make sure, I think that's what we need to know. Miss Appendage, yes. When you ask her specific acts, Miss Appendage, yes, Your Honor. Question. So we had talked about sexual intercourse occurred when you were 15 years old. Prior to that, when you were 14, he was engaging in an oral sex and other sex acts, right? Yes. So between the time you were 14 years old up until the time you were 18 years old, was Mr. Kelly engaging you in sex acts? You see how she words it? Was Mr. Kelly engaging you in sex acts like he making her do it? But you see earlier when they asked her, was she going to meet him to have sex? And she said yes. Yes, including oral sex, correct. Sexual intercourse, yes. Is that right? Uh-huh. What were some of the places that Mr. Kelly would engage you in sexual acts during that time period? At the question, at 14 up until you were 18, at the studio, on the bus, at the George Street house, and there any other places that this occurred between the time you were 14 years old to the time you were 18 years old? Hotels. Where would those hotels be? Different places, Florida, New York, different states. About what was the frequency of the sex acts? Very frequent. Let's talk about the terms of like times and days and times during the week. Miss BonJean, okay. I'm going to object. Again, is this between the age 14 to 18? that entire 4-year period, Miss Appendage, between the ages of 14 and 18, yes, Your Honor, she has knowledge of what happened to her during those years. She can testify. The court, all right, ask her that. Well, go ahead. Objection is overruled. Go ahead and ask her the questions. Question about how many times did Mr. Kelly engage you in sexual intercourse during the time from 14 years old to 18 years old? Miss BonJean, okay, I'm going to object. The intercourse started at 15. So the question is misleading. I would ask for a proper foundation. This is, the details are important. At least they are to us. That's right. The court, I believe it was 15 to 18. Miss Appendage, yes, from 15 to 18. How many times did Mr. Kelly engage you in sexual intercourse? Innumerable amount of times. Question, I'm sorry, like uncountable, a lot of times? Are you talking about tens or hundreds of times? Hundreds? So it was fair to say you can't recall every single instance, every single occurrence. Is that correct? Yes. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that between ages of 14 and 18, when you were engaging in sexual intercourse, that happened in Chicago Track Studio. Is that correct? Yes. Those photos that we just saw earlier in Chicago Track Studios, did sexual intercourse occur any of those rooms? Yes. Which ones? All of them. The office where was the massaging table? Yes. And did sexual acts occur on that massage table? Yes. And the room, which was, I believe, did you say it was a lounge room where the couch was? Yes. In the room as well? Yes. Now, when you strike that, did Mr. Kelly ever provide you with alcohol during the times that you were together? Yes. Miss BonJean, objection to the foundation again. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, again, she was there. She can testify to what happened to her. If you would like the time frame, we can zero in on that. Miss BonJean, is just foundation, just foundation, Judge. A little bit of foundation. This is years of period time. I'm sorry, this is years of time period. The court, she wants to know when, I guess, pinpoint the date when you started drinking alcohol, I guess would be a good way to start. Question, the judge said, can you pinpoint the time when you began first began giving you alcohol? Answer, 14. What effect, if any, did the alcohol have for you? Answer, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? What effect, if any, did the alcohol have on you? I don't remember a lot. It was pretty, I used to consume a lot of it during that time, so it affected me. Oops, excuse me. It helped me loosen up. It kind of took me away from the moment. During the time you were 14 and 18, you were engaging in sexual acts with Mr. Kelly. What about, if anything, were you shown during sex acts or leading up to sex acts? Answer, I was shown other pornography tapes. Who? When you say pornography, what do you mean? Can you describe what you were shown? It would just be on a television, other pornography going on a television while he and I was in sexual activity. And who was, if you recall, who were you able to ever identify any people that were in those pornographic images? Answer, yes. Some of the people I knew, without saying, did you know the females or the males or just the males? I knew both. Were some of the, was one, who were some of the people? Miss BonJean, objection to leading. Go ahead. By Miss Appendage, question, Who were some of the people that were depicted in court? I don't, that's not who. Oh, wait a minute. Miss BonJean, I'm going to object to the relevance of who was depicted as well, Judge. She started to lead. I objected. Start the question with court. Start the question with who? I guess would. I guess would. Okay, question. Miss Appendage. Um, who was depicted in the videos of pornography that you saw that Mr. Kelly would show you when you were engaging in sex acts? Objection, relevance, overruled by the witness. Answer, Robert. Miss Appendage. Question. Now, at some point, when again, during this time period, when you were 14, 15 years old, did Mr. Kelly ask you to invite your friends to engage in sexual activity? Yes. What, if anything, would he say to encourage this? He would just kind of like make an advance, like, what's up with this person or that person? Like, how would you feel if they were included in on our sexual activity? Or he would like kind of crush on them a little bit. He would kind of crush on them. Is that what you said? Yes. What does that mean? Just like be kind of flirty with whatever remark he was making that person, I'm sorry, towards that person to me. What was your response? I told him yes. I would basically pitch the idea. Were two of these friends that you pitched the idea to Pinky and Brittany? Yes. Now, Pinky and Brittany are their real names. Is that correct? Correct. Are those their pseudonyms? Yes. Is Pinky your age? Yes. When was the first time Mr. Kelly engaged you and Pinky in a sex act at the time? How old were you? About 14 or 15. There they go again with the spread. 14 or 15. And where did this occur? At the George Street house? I'm sorry, at the George Street house. Can you explain in detail that encounter? We had went to the studio and we ended up going to the George Street house. It was a weekend and we led up to it by having like different phone conversations or different like flirty encounters. If we would be around each other. And when we were at the George Street house, we started engaging in sexual activity all together. And at this point, was it this first instant, was it sexual intercourse? It was intimate, yes. At the time we were engaging in sexual intercourse, yes. When you say intercourse, do you mean actually vaginal intercourse or oral sex and fondling and things like that? Yes, all of that. After that time, did you have multiple sexual encounters together with Mr. Kelly and Pinky? Yes. And how old were you? I was probably between like 14 and 16. Oh God, is she finna be 14 forever? Oh God. Here we go again. Okay. And so when the events occurred, if they were prior to 15, were they sexual intercourse or were they other acts? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? So when the acts occurred when you were prior to the age of 15, was it sexual intercourse or other sexual conduct? I'm sorry, or other sexual conduct? Answer, other sexual conduct. Okay, now hold on. Let me read that again because I think that's another mishap. Okay, question. So when the acts occurred, when you were prior to the age of 15, was it sexual intercourse or other sexual conduct? Okay. other sexual conduct. And from the time you were around 15 until after, it included sexual intercourse. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And again, about how many times did you have these sexual encounters with Mr. Kelly and Pinky during the time frame when you were 14, between 14 and 18 years old? It was several times. At some point, did these sexual encounters between the three of you, did they stop? Yes. And why did they stop? Answer: because I found out that Pinky was seeing Robert outside of us engaging together. So she and I stopped being friends. And when you say seeing Mr. Kelly, what do you mean? Like sexually, like outside of us all being together? She started seeing him separately without my knowledge. About how old were you when that happened? About 16. 16? Is that what you said? Yes. And you said that Pinky is your same age. So she was about 16 when this happened too. Yes. Now regarding Brittany, is Brittany your same age or is she older? She's older. Do you recall how old you were when Mr. Kelly engaged you and Brittany in a sexual act at the same time? About 15. Do you recall where that first act occurred? It was at the studio. I'm going to show you a photo showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108. Um, do you see 108 there on the screen? Yes. And again, using her pseudonym. Who's the individual depicted? Brittany. How long? Can you explain? Where did you meet Brittany? We met at school. And so that was back when you were how old? I was about 15. And did you know Brittany, do you still, are you still in contact with Brittany from time to time over the years until the age of now? You're 37? Yes. So you would be able to recognize her if you saw her. Yes. And again, who is depicted in the photo? Brittany. And does it truly accurately depict Brittany? Yes. Your Honor. Okay, so they putting that into evidence. No objections. Okay. And again, forgive me. And you say how old you were when Mr. Kelly engaged you and Brittany in sex acts at the same time? About 15. About how many sexual encounters did you have with Mr. Kelly and Brittany? Multiple. The three of you together? Multiple. Between 5 and 10 or much more than 10? Between 5 and 10. Can you describe the sex acts that occurred between Brittany Kelly and yourself and involve vaginal and oral sex? And where did these sexual acts take place? Usually at the studio. And at some point, did they stop? Yes. Why did they stop? Because similar to the same situation, she and I stopped being friends because she started seeing Robert separately from us all being involved together or being around each other without my knowledge. And when you say seeing, what do you mean sexually? Just hanging out. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, if we're going to break now, might be a good time. Court, is it a good time to break? All right, we will break until lunch, 2 o'clock. Okay, and that's the certificate. They went on break. Okay, Lord. Make sure my likes is up. Hold on, I need to see where my likes is at. Let me see where my likes is at. Okay, I'm looking at this, y'all. Be careful. Don't put the sex word in the chat. Okay. Just put EX or something like that. Because I think that's what yeah, don't put the sex word in the chat. I think that's one of the hot words. And I done said the word. Well, forget it. Because I'm sure, yep, I done said it 1,000 times. When I read the transcript. Let me see what y'all doing over there before we keep going. Hey, y'all. Oh, some people in here now. You will pitch the idea. Wow, little girl. Thanks for reading and your platform. Thank you, Gail Hardaway, and welcome back, Linda, Carmel. Low end, what's good? Chi-Town. Where was Brittany and Pinky doing? I'm sorry, and during the 2008 trial. What's good? Big Bye. But she lost her innocence at 15. No pregnancy, no proof, because that is not her on that redone tape. I'm ashamed of our jurisdiction system. America to continue to treat us as a slave and own our people, helping steal slaves. No pregnancy. All right, y'all good over here. Shot Town. Who got it? Okay, at work. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, I know you be working late getting that dollar. All right, I don't think I see no more. Is my oh Lord. Hold on, y'all. Let me charge this other battery up. It look like we about to play battery games. Hold on. We ain't doing battery games. I gotta clean this desk off so I can find my other batteries or something. Yeah, it's trying to play games with me. Y'all not finna mess my lab up because the battery ain't going. Hold up. All right, y'all. I'm charging the other battery up. They trying to shut us down. Okay. Shoot, left the mouse over there. Whew. All right, y'all like y'all like the reading of the transcripts? Everything good? I'm not reading too fast. Y'all good? Oh, come on. Oh, God. It's trying to play with me. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to put a real battery in here. Hold on. Sick of it. Let me go get a battery. Hold up. All right, y'all. Thank God to Amazon. I buy rechargeable batteries and then I bought a whole bunch of packs of batteries. Okay. Sorry about the break. So wait a minute. I hope this was moving while I was reading. Hold on. Let me see. Was it moving while I was reading? Hold on, let me see. Okay, I think it is. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm going back over. Welcome, everybody. If I missed anybody, hello. Now, let me see what else we got. We may have to put the rest to another day, but let me see what it say. I know they just went on the lunch break. Okay, so we at least gonna finish the direct examination resumed. Okay, let's keep going. If y'all have to go to sleep, I understand. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for supporting the channel. Just make sure you hit that like button on your way out. Matter of fact, let me check the likes before we even get started. Hold on. I know it don't say no 19. Hold up. I better see at least 30 likes. I'm gonna have to go federal. Let's see. Where the likes at? 29. I need one more. I need one more like. One more like. Moment of silence for the likes. Moment of silence for the likes. I'm about to check it again. Oh, we just gonna be sitting here then. I need one more like. I need 30 likes. If you don't know how to hit the like button, you hit the X, and it's gonna take you to the part with the like button, and then you hit the like button. And then it's not even gonna kick you out of the chat. All you gotta do is hit the X and then go hit the like button and come right back to the same page. All right, I'm about to check it again. All right, thank you. All right, we're about to keep on reading. And y'all, please hit the like button. I shouldn't have to ask like that. I'm sitting up here reading, mouth dry. It's late. All y'all got to do is hit the like button. That's it. I shouldn't even have to ask y'all. You come in, you know to hit it. Even if you don't like it, hit the like button. All right. Direct examination resumed by Miss Appendage. Jane, can you take off your mask? Okay, thank you. And put the microphone nice and close. Now, you explained in your testimony earlier today that the conversations changed to sex talk with Mr. Kelly. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. Can you explain to the jury if you know why all you engaged in sex talk at that time? Again, after he became my godfather, there became an attraction. Oh, that's like pitiful. Again, after he became my godfather, there became an attraction. And he started making advances. And that's how it unfolded. And why did you engage in sex talk with him? I just kind of went with the flow. He kind of threw me off. I wasn't exactly sure how to respond or how I should handle it. So I just was being responsive. And how did you and how did you view him, Mr. Kelly, at the time when the sex talk started and you participated in it? How did you view him at that time? As an authoritative figure. What do you mean? Can you explain that? Well, he's an adult and he was somebody that I looked up to. So he was an authoritative figure over me at the time, aside from the sexual acts or anything like that. So again, I went with the flow. Question. Okay. And then you talked in your testimony, you explained to the jurors that you started to engage in sex acts. And again, you were talking about before you turned 15 when the sexual intercourse began. Okay. So we're talking about that time frame between when you were 14 years old. Mm, why? And you said you engaged in sex acts with Mr. Kelly. Now, see, the attorney went back to 14. She said the sex acts began when you were 14. That's the time frame. She said 15, then went back and said when you were 14. Boy, they funny. Gotta pay attention to what they doing. Did you participate in those sex acts? It was out of intimidation. And again, like he was an authoritative figure, so I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know how to say no. I felt uncomfortable, but at the same token, I looked up to him. I did see him as an authoritative figure, so I just kind of went along with the things, and then it somewhat became normal. That paragraph right now, right there, get it out of here. I'm questioning that. I'm questioning that. That whole thing right there. That don't sound natural. Don't nobody be like authoritative figure. You see what I'm saying? That's too textbook. I think that's the part when they scripted her. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the script. It was out of intimidation. She not that smart. This whole time you've been answering questions. You ain't been using no big words. Okay, so now you're using intimidation, authoritative figure. He had what she say? I went with the flow. All that don't even sound right, y'all. Sorry, but I keep reading. You know what I'm saying? See, when you listen, you gotta listen to what words she using, how she using them. No, I'm not buying that. You weren't saying no big words. I'll continue reading. Okay. So question. Okay. So when you say it somewhat became normal, what do you mean? And don't forget, early in the paragraph, she said she was attracted to him. So first you was attracted to him and going along with it. And now all of a sudden it wasn't normal to you. You see what I'm saying? Pay attention, y'all. So when you say it somewhat became normal, what do you mean? What did you start feeling for him? And so I started having feelings for him. I was attracted to him in that way. And things were happening so frequently, I was kind of just like being done out for repetition. Oh, she said it was kind of just like being done out for repetition. Come on. And when you say like things were happening so frequently, what are you talking about? Sexual involvement, engagement, and our interactions. Okay. And then again, so you were talking about the period when you were 14 and sex acts were occurring. And when you explained to the jury that when you were 15, that progressed to sexual intercourse, is that correct? Yes. And you had explained that you knew you were 15 because you had lost your virginity. Virginity, is that right? Correct. And just to be clear, whom to whom did you lose your virginity? Answer, Robert. Question, and how were you feeling about him around that time when you engaged him? First, began engaging in sexual intercourse when you were 15? Answer, I developed feelings for him and I felt good about our interactions. Do y'all see this? First, she just said it wasn't normal to her and that she kind of went with the flow. Now she's saying, I developed feelings for him and I felt good about our interactions. Which one is it? What are some of the things that, if any, he was saying to make you feel good about your interactions? That he loved me, that he would take care of me, that he was my protector. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right here. This right here, men, that's what females want. Okay? Normal teenagers, I shouldn't say normal, teenagers and females, when they are out looking for men, dating men, and I ain't even say teenagers, I'm saying women in general. We looking to be loved. We looking for somebody to care for us, and we looking for a protector. Those three things, that's the trifecta, okay? Those three things. So just a little bit of game for you guys. So if you want to try and get a female and you're trying to mack her down, love, being cared for, and we looking for a protector. Now, there's some of us out there looking for a financial aid too from a guy. But for the most part, those three things are important. Okay. Interesting. Okay. And what were your responses to those things that he was saying about being, that he would protect you and that he loved you? I would respond in the same way. I love you too. And I would feel good about the level of comfort that he was giving me. So it made me feel good. Okay, now she's comfortable and it made her feel good. Too many flip flops, y'all. Okay, question. And you also talked about there was a point where you were willing to bring in your friends into sexual acts and sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly. Why were they comfortable? I'm sorry, why were you comfortable? I take that back. Why did you do those things? Answer: because I considered myself to be a submissive person and I wanted to give, that's script right there too. Listen to that. Because I consider myself to be a submissive person and I wanted to give him what he wanted or required. I don't believe that sentence neither. What were the ways in which you encouraged your friends again? We were talking about specifically Pinky and Brittany to join you all in those sex acts. It would start off as like joking conversations of me having a crush on him or just discussing different interactions that me and him just had to gauge, like how they might feel or think they would want to be included. When we were talking about Brittany earlier, you mentioned that she was older than you. How much older than you was Brittany? Is Brittany, I believe, a year. So when you first engaged in sex acts with was your testimony that occurred when you were 15? Yes. And so Brittany would have been how old? 16? Okay. It seems like earlier that they said it was at the age 16 people came in. Woo! Bunch of weeds, y'all. Okay. And can you please explain to the juror that first experience, if you will, with Brittany, how you engaged her into the sex acts with Mr. Kelly? It would start out with me just joking and saying like, "Oh, I have a crush on him. He's like his music. I like the way he says this with the music or that." It was like things that he would have me to say that would make them like put something on their mind to be engaged with us. Question: and can you recall the first instance when with Brittany, that the first time it happened with Brittany? Answer: it was at Chicago Tracks in the lounge of the studio. Okay, if you recall, can you just describe that interaction? We were all sitting on the couch after a studio session, watching TV as how we would usually go, or maybe listening to some music that had just got finished up. And then we would start like with him saying, I want to see you do this, Brittany, or I want to see this or that. And that's when the emotions would start and the interactions would start sexually. Question. And when you say he was saying, I want to see you do this and I want to see you do that, what were those things? Can you describe them? A, kissing, grabbing each other's breasts, like grinding and holding each other by the waist, and like dancing, dance movements. Okay. And would you do these things as instructed? Yes. Why were you wanting to do those things? Again, I was thinking I was in love at the time and I was being submissive and I wanted to give him what he wanted and I didn't want to upset him or make him feel like I wasn't cooperating, so I went along with it. Now, now you have mentioned that you had feelings again when you were 14 and 15, but you had feelings for him that you loved him. Is that right? Yes. And what, if anything, or some of the things that he was doing at this time when you were 14, 15, 16, that made it seem like he was, excuse me, you all were in love with one another? Answer. Just the time that he allowed me to be around him through certain emotions or like certain things he would do for me. Like if it was my birthday or if anything that I wanted, he just made it seem like it was available to me. So not just like materialistic, more like emotional support with anything that I was going through, whether it was school, my group, or friends. He was just there for me. He was supportive. What about events? Did he attend any events that you were participating in? Yes. It would be like if my group was doing something or if I was having like basketball games, things of that nature. And what would you do at your music groups or basketball games, if anything? He would just show up and be supportive. And, it looked really cool from my friend's perspective that I had this celebrity showing up for me. So it was more so like that. Question. How did it make you feel when he showed up for you? It made me feel good, excited. What, if anything, did he buy you in terms of gifts? Miss BonJean, objection foundation. All right, give it some time frame. Yes, Your Honor, by appendage. During the time frame when you were 14, 15, 16 years old, what, if anything, did Mr. Kelly buy you in terms of gifts? And so he bought me jewelry, he bought me a PT Cruiser. And again, just during the time period, you were 14, 15, 16. You said jewelry? Yes. What did he buy you? He bought me a cross and necklace. Question. And how old were you when he bought you that cross necklace time frame? I was about 17 or 18. Okay. Then when you mentioned the car, yes. And when did he purchase a car for you? When I turned 16. Where were you when he purchased this car? In Florida? Okay. What type of car was it? A black PT Cruiser? Who said you were in Florida? I'm sorry, you said you were in Florida, yes. How did the car come back to Illinois with you I'm sorry, did the car come back to you in Illinois at some point? Yes. Did you car how it got back here? I'm not exactly sure. What did you tell your friends about this car? I told them that my godfather bought me a new car and that I was excited to take them for a ride, and that was pretty much it. Please tell me that they're gonna ask the question. And what did your parents say when you came home with some jewelry? And what did your parents say when you came home with a freaking car? Come on now. Were you allowed to tell people about this car that he bought it for you? Miss BonJean, objection to the foundation of that question. Allowed by whom? Mr. Penage, what, if anything, did Mr. Kelly tell you about who you could share the car with. BonJean, objection. The car or the information about the car. Court, I don't see the basis of the objection. You can clarify it if you wish. Go ahead. Question: what, if anything, did Mr. Kelly say that you could tell people about the car? Just to only share with my close friends and family, and that I was not allowed to have any guys in the car. Question: you mentioned a necklace that Mr. Kelly purchased for you, and you said that how old you were, 17 or 18 years old? Yes, about 17 or 18. Okay, now we done flipped and she's 17 and 18 now. Did you already have the cross necklace? Yes. Who gave you the cross necklace that you already had when Mr. Kelly gave you a second cross necklace? My parents. When did they give you that? When did they give you that necklace? When I was about 13. Were your parents with you when Mr. Kelly purchased the PT Cruiser for you? Yes. Wow. Wow. Let's say it again. Were your parents with you when Mr. Kelly purchased the PT Cruiser for you? Yes. Did they question why he purchased this car for you? No, they didn't question it. They were excited for me. During this time, when you were engaging in sex acts and sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly, so you were 14, 15, 16, that's the time period we're talking about right now. Who, if anyone, did you tell that you were engaging in these sex acts and sexual intercourse? No one knew besides Brittany and Pinky. And why is that? Because I was told to keep it a secret and not to share with anyone. Who told you to keep it a secret and not to share it with anyone? Robert. When did he tell you this? As soon as we became involved sexually. So this was around the time you were having phone sex. So when you were 14. I'm going to, Miss BonJean, I'm going to, by witness, yes. Miss BonJean, objection to the leading. How about when did that happen? That's the appropriate question, not the leading. Court, yes, it's leading. So go ahead. Yes, Your Honor. When did this happen? When he first instructed you not to tell anyone? When I was about 13 or 14 and we became sexual. Okay. Now she back to 13 and 14. Okay. When you say became sexual, does that include the phone conversations? Do you include that when you're saying we became sexual? Yes. Did his instructions in terms of keeping it quiet or a secret, I think those were your words, did that ever change? Can you rephrase the question for me, please? What did he tell you about keeping the sexual acts a secret? Answer: that it was very important that I didn't share our sexual relationship with anyone because he can get in a lot of trouble and he wanted to protect that side of things. So he was just overly stressing how important it was that I remain loyal to him and not share his involvement with anyone. Did you want to share with anyone at the time? Again, we're talking about when you were 14, 15, 16 years old. Yes. At the time, who did you want to share with? I wanted to share it with my friends. I thought about sharing it with my aunt. Eventually, I did. But not at the time when you were 14, 15, 16. Is that right? No, not at that time. And in your mind, why did you not share it with those friends that you wanted to share with when you were 14, 15, 16? Answer: because I was afraid. BonJean, I'm going to object. You mean aside from Pinky and the other Brittany question mark? I'm just confused at this point. Your Honor, if we could have speaking objections, court. Well, I don't see a basis for the objection. Well, she said her friends. I would object on foundation. It's not clear to me because she previously testified that she was having threesomes with Pinky. She sure did. Court, just a minute. Let me see. All right. Objection is overruled, but let's go on. The question was, what did you want to share? That's true. That don't make sense. How was you having threesomes with her, and then you talking about some you want to share with her, with the two of the same people you was having threesomes with? You want to share with them what was going on? Yeah, that don't make sense. Good catch, BonJean. But pay attention to what BonJean is doing, because even if it's not a valid objection, she's still speaking up. So in the jurors, man, they probably looking like, oh, they doing something wrong. Oh, they not doing something right. You see what I'm saying? So shit, it's good for her to keep objecting to let the jurors know, like, okay, something they ain't doing right. You know, they not following the law. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what the hell going on probably, but they keep seeing her objecting. Good job, BonJean. Okay, let me see. Question. The question was, what what did you want to share with your friends when you were 14, 15, 16 about the sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly? Answer. I more so wanted to share a relationship because I was excited. Again, I thought I loved this person, and it was exciting but a secret. So there were times other than Brittany or Pinky that I was close to people that I would have liked to share what was happening between us, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that because I was told to keep it a secret. Yeah, that don't make sense. How you gonna be trying to tell Pinky and Brittany something, and y'all was already engaging in threesomes? That don't make sense. Okay. And you had said that you were scared, and that's where we had stopped before the judge. Miss BonJean, I'm going to object. That is leading. The court, objection. She answered the question. Let's move on. Okay, Miss Appendage. Okay, question. All right, let's move to when Mr. Kelly and you were engaged in sex acts and sexual intercourse. Again, that time frame where that shifted was 14 to 15 years old. Did Mr. Kelly ever record you to engage in sexual activity? Yes. And when did that start? When I was 14. Did you recall the message? I'm sorry. Do you recall the first time that he recorded you to engage in sex? At the time, I'm sorry, not at first time, but I recall around the time it started happening. Yes. Okay. How were the recordings made? What equipment was being used to make the recordings? There was lighting, camcorders. How did you feel about being recorded? I felt uncomfortable. Why did you go along or do it if you felt uncomfortable? Because again, he was an authoritative figure over me, and I didn't feel comfortable telling him no, or I didn't want to look awkward for engaging and not participating. So I just went with the flow of whatever he said to do. Where did these recordings take place? Again, when you were 14, 15, 16 years old. It would be on the bus at the studios, whether that was Chicago Tracks or Base Productions, as well as the George Street House. Was there any setup to these recordings? How would, I'm sorry, would you discuss them in advance? No. When the first time there was a recording, how did you know that you were being recorded? How did you know that it was happening? Because he let me know that he wanted to videotape me, and when we were in the room, he was like setting up everything as far as like again lighting in the camcorder and things like that. Question: why was there? Sorry, you said when he was setting up the camcorder, What would he do to set up the camcorder? Put the tape in, position the camera a certain way, just get certain like angles with the lighting. Okay, so prior to your testimony today, did you review some of these recordings that Mr. Kelly made of him and you engaging in sexual acts? Yes. Specifically, did you view 3 separate and distinct sexual encounters? Yes. What are the sexual encounters? Oh, let me back up. When did, I'm sorry, when I say 3 separate and distinct, were those different times at different times? Yes. Where did these 3 sexual encounters occur? One was in the living room at the George Street house. One was upstairs in the room at the George Street house. And the other one was in the log cabin at the George Street house. And when you say log cabin on the George Street house, what room is that? It's like a basement, like log cabin area. Okay, what is there any type of special equipment or something that's in that room? Yes, a jacuzzi. Okay, and you saw that in the pictures that were reviewed. Yes. Now, we did not review those earlier. You say those in the pictures we reviewed prior to your testimony. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Now, before we discuss these recordings, I like us to forget. I'm sorry. I like for us to get on the same page about the locations that you were talking about. I'm showing you what's been already admitted into evidence. Government 112 Exhibit A. All right. Okay, here we go again. You see it on the screen. Did you recognize it? Yes, George Street house. And again, that's the place where these 3 sexual encounters that you were talking about occurred. All right. Let's start with the sexual encounter. I'm sorry, encounters that occurred, as you stated, in Mr. Kelly's bedroom or in his living room. For the purpose of the trial, we're calling those respectively video 3 and the video in the bedroom, the recording room in the bedroom. I'm sorry, the recording in the bedroom and video 2. The recording in the living room. All right, so y'all hear that? They saying recording. Okay, they saying video 3, the video in the bedroom. The recording in the bedroom was video 2. The recording in the living room. I think I said that right. I might have messed it up. Okay, but those are the 2 other videos. Okay, so I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibited 002. Do you see it in front of you? Yes. Okay, is that where the current, I'm sorry, does exhibit 2 contain depictions of 2 separate sexual encounters? Yes. Are those 2 encounters video 3, which we're just talking about, that encounters in the bedroom, and video 2, which occurs in Kelly's living room, correct? And how do you recognize it to be the disc that contains those 2 depictions of those 2 sexual encounters? With my initials and the date. I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic? Through my initials and through the date. Miss BonJean, I'm sorry, counsel, what exhibit is this? Appendage, government exhibit 002. BonJean, and is this one of the exhibits you provided to us? Miss Appendage, it's no. It's, we can't provide it to you. It's contraband. I can show it to you. Miss BonJean, that seems fair. Witness, thank you. Now I don't know what the hell that means. Is contraband. I mean, I know what the word contraband means, but I don't know why they didn't get it to the council. Okay, so again, the question was, how do you recognize it to be the disc that contains those 2 scenes? Through my initials and the dates. Okay, and your initials and the dates were there. Okay, left corner of the disc, blah, blah, blah. Okay, video 2 and video 3. Yes. Did you watch them with sound? Yes. And who were the individuals depicted in videos 3 and 2 on the government 02? Robert and myself. Do you recognize the voice And videos 3 and 2 to be yours and Mr. Kelly's. Yes. In general terms, for now, what is depicted in Government O2? I get confused with the numbers, but I can sure you can just describe the two sex scenes. Okay. The one in the living room was taking place on the floor, on the tile part of the floor in front of the projector screen. And the other one took place in the upstairs bedroom on the bed. And in both scenes, you're engaging in sex acts with Mr. Kelly. Is that correct? Yes. How old were you when the acts depicted in those sexual encounters occurred? 14. Okay, now she back to 14. Does video three, that's the scene in the bedroom that you were talking about, truly and accurately depict the sexual encounter that occurred between Robert Kelly and you in his bedroom at 1010 George Street when you were 14 years old? Yes. And does video 2 truly and accurately depict a sexual encounter that occurred between Robert Kelly and you in this living room on 1010 George Street when you were 14 years old? Yes. Okay, she back to 14, y'all. Mr. Pettis, Your Honor, government will move to admit Exhibit O2. We're not publishing it. I'm just moving court. Pardon? Are there objections in addition to the previous? Any objections? I guess I should say. Miss BonJean, judge. I don't know that that's properly authenticated. We haven't seen it. I don't know that. I don't know what she's identifying on that. It's a CD. It's not the original tape. But court, she has identified them. So over the objection, I'll admit them. Mr. Brinley, judge, the record will object. Mr. Brinley, judge, for the record will object. Okay, so Mr. Brinley object. Court, pardon. Mr. Brinley, judge, for the record, will object to the chain of custody based on the current. So they objecting to the chain of custody. The court, yes, I understand. You don't need to repeat that. The objection has been made. I overruled it. Okay, so both BonJean and Brinley challenged the authentication of the tape. Judge overruled it. So it's a standing objection. All right, they're admitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's talk a little bit about video 3 in the bedroom. Can you please describe the bedroom that this encounter occurred in? There was a TV, a dresser, a bed. We were on the bed engaging in sexual activity. At some point, I was facing him, and at some point, I wasn't. Question. And can you describe generally the types of sex acts that you two were engaging in? He was laying down and I was on top of him, and he was putting lotion on my face. What? Did the sex acts include oral sex? Yes. And did they include, again, you said you were 14 at this time? Yes. Okay, now she back to 14, y'all. Okay. Did these sex acts include intercourse at this time? Now she's saying no. Were you stimulating sexual intercourse? Were you simulating sexual intercourse? Answer, yes. During the video, what, if any, statements did you make about your age and your body parts? I was referring to my body parts with my age as 14-year-old breasts, etc. Why were you doing that? Because he asked me to. Were you indeed 14 years old at the time? Yes. Turning to video 3, did you know that the sexual encounter was being recorded at the time? Yes. How did you know that? Because I saw the video and the camcorder, I should say. How did you feel about that? In that moment, because you sit here today Would you recall that encounter? Yes. How did you feel about the recording? It being at the time, I felt uncomfortable. Why did you engage? Why did you allow? Or why did you continue to have sex acts as they were being recorded if you felt uncomfortable? Just out of obligation or intimidation, I just kind of I was uncomfortable. Like I was a little intimidated. And again, I was being submissive and I was thinking that I was giving him something that he wanted. Another script, y'all. How were you feeling about him in the terms of any type of feelings? You said at some point you did love him. Mm-hmm. How were you feeling about that at this point? From when you were 14 years old, you were being recorded during the sex act. That's when I began to love him. So I felt as if I was in a relationship and these were normal things to happen. Okay, contradiction again. Did you go along with it because you were intimidated and you wanted to give him what he wanted and you wanted to be submissive? Or down here on number 9, did you do it because you was in love with him and it was a normal thing to do? Whew, shoot, I'm confused now. That's what I was saying in the panel. 14, 15, y'all arguing over numbers and they don't even know the numbers, what age this girl was, okay? That's what I'm saying. We ain't about to sit on no panel arguing about, was it she was 14, she was 15. No, we staying out the weeds. Okay. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about video 2. That's the living room scene. During video 2, you already described it a little bit. Where did it occur again? It was in the living room in the front of the projector on the floor, laying on a towel. Can you describe what the tile looked like? It was like black, white, or gray, showing you what's been previously admitted as Government Exhibit 112-0. Okay, do you see that screen in front of you? Okay, they basically taking it through. Okay, they putting it in. I'm showing you Government Exhibit. It's already been admitted as Government Exhibit 112P. What's depicted in 112P? That the living room space at the George Street, is that the same room? Is that the room that you're talking about with a sexual encounter that appears on Government Exhibit 1? Sorry, Exhibit 02. Yes. Now, during this video, can you describe the sex acts that Mr. Kelly engaged with you? I was laying on the floor. He was giving me crystal. It was oral sex, and he urinated on my vagina. You said he was giving you crystal. Is that what you said? Yes. What is crystal? It's a champagne. How old were you? I'm sorry, I didn't ask how old were you at the time of this sexual encounter? 14. You testified that he urinated on you? Correct. And why? I'm sorry, and what part of your body did he urinate? My vagina. During this sexual encounter, what if any statements did you or Robert Kelly make during your body parts and your age? He asked me to say with my 14-year-old vagina. And did you say that? Yes. Now let's move on to that. The final sexual encounter that you testified earlier that you viewed prior to your testimony today, that's the encounter that you said occurred in the log camera room. And for the purposes of this trial, we're calling that video 1. Okay. Okay. So they're in front of you. Okay. So they about to put video 1 in. Okay. So y'all understanding? They saying the videos are basically different locations that they had sex. That's why they saying video 1, 2, 3, and I don't know if they said video 4 yet, but so far 3, unless I missed something. Okay, so they putting that video in. Yes. Does the video one depict the sexual encounter you have, Mr. Kelly? Yes. How do you recognize the this, her initials and date? Bop, 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 bop. Here we go right here. And did you watch it with sound? Yes, yes. And who are the individuals depicted in video one that appears in Exhibit 01? Robert and myself. Did you recognize the voices in video one to be yours and Mr. Kelly's? Yes. And in general terms for now, what is depicted in video one that's in government one? There's a jacuzzi. I'm sitting down giving him oral sex and he urinates on me. And are you doing other things in that video that you can recall as you sit here today? Sitting on top of him and oral sex. How old were you when the acts depicted in video one, which is the government exhibit one? How old were you when those sexual acts occurred? 14. How does video one truly accurately depict a sexual encounter that occurred between Robert Kelly and you in the basement or log cabin room at the house on 1010 George Street when you were 14 years old? Correct. I'm sorry. Can you just speak up just for the court record? I'm sorry, court reporter. Yes. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, I move to admit. Okay, so she putting it in. No objection. Brindley, we are renewing. Judge. Okay, so Brindley put in an objection too. I just want to make sure, just for the record, authenticity and chain of custody. Brindley agreed. Well, I thought she said no objection. Unless they did a typo. Because it says Miss BonJean, no objection. And then down here it says Miss BonJean, just for the record, authenticity and chain of custody. Brindley also objected and it said agreed. The court, I said that I'd overrule those objections prior to trial so that you don't need to raise them. I understand that that's your objection and that will stand as your objection. You don't have to repeat it. Judge being a booty hole. He talk about some. I'm going. But how you? But see, that's what I'm saying. How you gonna know you gonna object to the tapes? Them contesting the tapes. You know what I'm saying? All right. By Miss Appendage. Now you had described the room in which this encounter occurred as the log cabin room. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as government exhibit 112D. Okay, here we go again. The jacuzzi in the basement in the log cabin. Okay, they saying truly accurately, yeah. If you recall at the beginning of the video, what if anything does Mr. Kelly hand to you? Money. Oh, let's go back. We will read that. Okay, yes, depicted in the basement. Okay, this is the part. Does this truly and accurately depict the location of where the sexual encounter occurred? That's in video one on the government's exhibit 01. Yes. If you recall at the beginning of the video, what if anything does Mr. Kelly hand you? Money. What type of money? Bills, coins? Answer, bills. Why? Miss BonJean, objection. If she knows, but objection as to speculation. If you know, why did he hand you money at the beginning of the video? Court, if she knows. Miss Appendage, question, if you know. Answer, because if anybody saw the tape or if it was released for some reason, He wanted it to appear as if I was like a prostitute. You damn right. Because that's sure what it looked like. That's exactly what it looked like to me. Your Honor, can we take a break? If not, that's fine. Court, let's go on. We might as well finish it. Mr. Penage, okay, by Mr. Penage, question. Jane, were you, other than these 3 encounters that we were just talking about, were you recorded? Did Mr. Kelly record you engaging in sexual acts at other times? Yes. Do you know a person named Lisa Van Allen? Yes. Can you just can you just pull the turn that maybe yes? How do you know her? Through Robert. How old were you when you first met Lisa Van Allen? 14. Under what circumstances did you meet Miss Van Allen? Sexually. You can take a second. When you say sexually, what do you mean? Describe the circumstances. She would be around like the studio or at the gym, and it was somebody that he let me know that he was involved with and that he wanted us all to engage in sexual activity together. Question. And when you say he, you're talking about Mr. Kelly, correct? And did you indeed engage in sexual acts together with Lisa Van Allen and Robert Kelly? Yes. Where did those sexual acts take place and how old were you at the time? I was 14. And they would take place at the studio at the George Street house or maybe sometimes on the bus. Were some of those interactions recorded? Yes. Where were those interactions recorded and how old were you at the time? At the George Street house, at the studio, wherever we were, and I was 14. Once again, how was she back 14 when she's saying she had sex at 15 is when the penetration started not making sense. It's not adding up, y'all. And then she say she lost her virginity at 15. Let's make note of that. How you having sex at 14 with Lisa Van Allen and Kels, but you said you lost your virginity at 15? I made a note of that. That part. Now I might not remember the other dates, but she said at 15 she lost her virginity. Okay, let's keep on reading. Question. Where in the George Street house did the sexual encounters occur with, and again, we're talking about with Lisa Van Allen and Mr. Kelly when you were 14 years old? In the basement of the log cabin. In that log cabin is what you said? Yes. Do you recall the specific instance where there were engaged in a sexual, where you were engaged in a sexual activity with Lisa Van Allen and Robert Kelly in the wood panel, in the log cabin room on a jacuzzi in that area? Yes. Did that occur? Did that happen on more than one occasion in the log cabin room with Lisa Van Allen and Robert Kelly? Yes. And was there recordings of that occurred on more than one occasion? Again, the same room, the same age? Yes. What, if anything, do you know that happened to the recordings that were made at the time that they were made? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What, if anything, do you know about happened to the actual cassette recording? You had let me take it back a little bit. You had testified earlier when I said, how did you know? How did he set up the camera? And you said that he put a tape in. Is that what you said? And you will see the tape going in, and then you start engaging in sex acts. What, if anything, happened if you know to those tapes? Miss BonJean, I'm going to object to foundation. There's multiple tapes that have been referenced. So, court, okay, what are we talking about? Question: when Mr. Kelly recorded you having sexual intercourse and he would use a tape, Miss BonJean, objection. He actually didn't testify. I'm sorry, she actually didn't testify that there was sexual intercourse. That is misstating her testimony. Miss Appendage. I can restate the question, Your Honor. The court. I'm not sure what are we which one are you talking about here? Any tape, all tapes, or any tapes or specific tapes? Y'all, the judge is confused. The judge is confused, y'all. That's the court. When they say the court, that's the judge. Okay. By Miss Appendage. Let's start the specific tapes with videos 1, 2, and 3 that we talked about. And you were engaging in sex acts, correct? Not sexual intercourse, because you were 14 years old, correct? Yes. Okay, now they trying to clarify it and say it was just sex acts and wasn't sexual intercourse. Okay. But they just said they was having sex. Okay. Y'all pay attention. Okay. So what happened to those sex tapes, video 1, 2, and 3? Like, where would they be kept, if you know? They were kept in a gym bag or in a log cabin area of the basement. How do you know that? Because I would see where he put them. And what would you see? Describe what you saw. There were like on the shelves, like where the TV was, there were like several shelves. So he would like kept behind certain decor in that area. Or if we were finishing up, he would put them in his gym bag, or I would see him take them. When you say finishing up, what do you mean? After we were done recording, and you said he put them in a gym bag. Yes. All right. And to be clear, when you were describing videos on the shelf, did you know all of those videos were or are? I had a pretty good idea, but you didn't know for sure. No. You saw a collection of videos. Is that right? Yes. And the same thing for the gym bag that you just described. What was in the gym bag? I'm not exactly sure what was in the bag, but I did see him put tapes in the bag before. Question. And the tapes you're talking about are the tapes that you just said when you finished up and he will put in a gym bag? Yes. Who else did you see, if anyone, handling that gym bag? June. Who? June. Is June this individual's nickname or is or his true name? Answer. That's the name that I know him by. Yes. Hold on, y'all. Let me get a sip. I'm getting parched. Hold on. Sweet tea, y'all. Okay, yes, I'm back. Me. Okay. Is June this individual's nickname or his true name? That's the name that I know him by. Yes. Do you know him by any other names? Yes. What other names? Milton. Do you know his last name? Brown. Did you ever have any conversation with Mr. Brown about what was in the gym bag? No. If you saw Mr. Brown in the courtroom today, if you saw him today, are you able to recognize him? Yes. Your Honor, we'd like to ask everybody in the court, okay, take off their mask. Jane, I'd like you to look around. Okay, point them out. Rat them out. Okay, so clothing that we're wearing. Okay. He's to the, okay. Basically, she points them out. Okay. All right, she's identified them. Thank you. Okay, at some point we were talking about the tapes. Sorry, not the tapes. Those videos 1, 2, and 3 that we were discussing. You were 14 years old, correct? When you were 14, 15, 16 years old, did you tell anyone other than Pinky and Brittany about the sexual encounters with Robert Kelly? No. I like to direct attention to April 2000. Do you recall being interviewed or spoken to by people from the Department of Children and Family Services? Yes. Do you recall about the encounter? There was an allegation made about the nature of Robert and I, the nature of Robert and I's relationship, and they wanted to come out and ask questions to investigate if there was anything sexual happening between us. And in 2000, April 2000, you were still 15. Is that right? You turned 16 in April in September of 2000. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So April 2000, you were 15 years old. What was your response to the questioning from DC, from the Department of Children and Family Services about their allegations? Answer: I denied it. Why did you deny it? I was afraid that something bad would happen to Robert. He really instilled that in me. If anybody found out about the nature of our relationship, that things would be really bad for him. And I wanted to protect him. So I did everything I could to keep that a secret. Now she's saying she's his protector. Okay. Before she was intimidated by him and she was submissive. Now she's his protector. Okay. So you were, just to be clear, you were untruthful with the Department of Children and Family Services. Is that right? Yes. And you testified that you wanted to protect him. Yes. Why did you want to protect him? Well, again, I did look up to him. I didn't want to see anything bad happen to him. And at this point, with the way things were happening between us, I was also afraid. Now you're afraid, okay? Don't forget, before that, she was in love with him too. Oh, God. Afraid of what? I didn't want to upset him. I'm sorry. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want to trigger anything, and I didn't want to expose what was happening between us. Did you want to keep your relationship intact? Answer: I did. Now, at this time, again, this April of 2000, you were 15 years old. Did you tell your parents about what was happening between you and Robert Kelly? No. Why? Because that was something I would take to my grave. I was not going to reveal to anybody, after many conversations of him drilling how important it was, that he would be in big trouble if anybody found out about this. So I looked at it as I was protecting him. Did you feel comfortable telling your parents that you were engaging in sexual activity with Robert at that time, again in April 2000? No. Why? Because I knew if it was something because I knew it was something they wouldn't approve of. Now, after that, you were approached and questioned by Department of Children and Family Services. You were later questioned by Chicago police officers. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And what were they asking you about? What were they questioning you about? Robert and I's relationship. Have we had any sexual contact with each other? What was your response to that questioning? No. Why did you respond that way? Because again, it was embedded in me, and this could never come out. And I didn't want my parents to find out either. So I was doing everything I could to keep it a secret. Did you tell Mr. Kelly about the CPD questioning? Yes. What was his response? He was just asking what type of questions were they asking me how did I answer the questions, and he was telling me that I did a good job and that I handled everything correctly. Again, okay, now let's hold on. Okay, let's hold on and let's put on our thinking caps. Okay. Thinking caps have been applied, even though it's late, I should say early in the morning. Okay. Now, let's go back to remember the officer said that he asked the parents about was that their daughter on the tape, met them at the shoe store and asked them was that their daughter on the tape. Do y'all remember that? That was on the Wednesday date. Okay. They said no. So same thing y'all saying with DCFS. Okay. DCFS not just gonna come talk to the girl. Okay. They gonna come talk to the family, people. Okay. Thinking caps are on. So at this point, the parents know what's happening. Okay. Bullshit ain't nothing but chewed up grass. Put your thinking cap on. The police officer said he interviewed them, showed them the tape, asked them, was that her? And you could just already know the DCFS. They might say it later on, but already know the DCFS talked to the parents about this, about a video and a daughter. Okay, so I don't know what she's talking about. No, and she denied it because they gonna talk to your mama and daddy anyway, so they knew. Okay. All right, let's keep going. He said you answered and you handled everything correctly. Question. So now we're talking about the time when CPD was questioning you. So this was sometimes after you were turned 15. How did you feel about Mr. Kelly at this time? Can you repeat the question for me one more time? Around the time of CPD questioning. How did you feel about Robert Kelly at this time? I care for him emotionally. I care for him. So around this time again, I'll redirect your attention to some of the allegations that you learned about. So I'm redirecting your attention to late 2001, early 2002. How old were you during this time? So in 2001, how old did you turn? I was about 16. So you talked about in 2000, you turned 16. So in 2001, you would have turned 17 years old. Yes. Okay. So in the late 2001, early 2002, during that time frame when you were 17 years old, what, if anything, did you learn about from what, if anything, did you learn about additional allegations from Stephanie, your aunt, that there was a sex tape leak that was including Robert and I? Question. That was including who? Robert and I. So at this time again, late 2001, early 2002, did you see this recording? Did you know what it was? I heard things about it, but I never saw it. What, if anything, did you learn about this tape from Stephanie? And answer, that I had been made public and that there was sexual engagement between Robert and I on the tape. And that was pretty much it. So at this point, did you discuss with any of your family members? No. All right, y'all. We already know that the police officer told her parents and DCFS made her parents alert. While she's saying no, that she didn't tell them directly, they knew. Okay. Okay, so did you discuss this, the existence, or that there was rumors, or that there was a tape that had been surfaced that showed you engaged in a sex acts with Robert Kelly? Did you, at the moment, did you talk to any of your family members about it? No. Did your parents question you about it? Yes. Yes. I'm about to say, I'm not stupid. Right there. Did your parents question you about it? Yes. And what, if anything, did they say? They were asking me if this true. They were asking me what was about the nature of Robert and I's relationship, and I denied everything. Question. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last part. They were asking me if the tape did include us, and they were inquiring about the nature of Robert and I's relationship. And of course, I denied everything. Why do you say, of course, I denied everything? The of course. Because it was instilled in me not to admit to anybody, and that's exactly what I did. And still by whom? Robert. So what was your reaction to hearing this news or rumors that this videotape has surfaced that possibly showed you and Mr. Kelly engaged in sex acts? I was extremely scared. Why were you scared? Of the possibility that it was true. I was scared that my parents were going to find out about our relationship, and I was also afraid of what will happen to him. Did you talk to Mr. Kelly about it? Yes. What were your conversations? He was just continuing to stress how important it was that I kept this information a secret about our relationship, and that I had to be very firm and confident when speaking to people about it, and to continue to deny. What was his reaction to the news that there may be a tape that others that showed you and Mr. Kelly engaged in a sex acts? He seemed afraid as well. I'm sorry. He seemed afraid and concerned as well. So early 2002, did you have a conversation in person with Mr. Kelly about these allegations that there was a tape there showing the two of you engaged in sex acts? Yes. Who was involved in that meeting? It was my mom, my dad, Robert, and myself. And who set up this meeting, if you know? Daryl. Mr. Brimley, objection for foundation, Judge. Miss Appendage, I can ask her. Question. How do you know that Mr. McDavid set up this meeting? Answer. Through conversation that Robert and I had prior to this, and just knowing that he was involved in the game plan that was about to take place as far as the approach. Okay, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So, where did this meeting take place? It was at a hotel in Oak Park. Okay, I believe you said the person that set it up, you believe, was Daryl. Did you say that? Yes. And do you know what his last name is? McDavid. All right, you guys, now check this out. Once again, the meeting was between the parents, her, and Kels. Okay, meeting set up by McDavid. So at this point, the parents fully know what's going on. Okay, now let's see what happens. Let's see if the shenanigans stop. Okay, let's see. Okay, if you would have seen McDavid here today, were you able to identify him? Okay, y'all, they go through the same steps. Take your mask off. Okay, she points him in. He's identified. Okay, so prior to the meeting in the old park that you're talking about, how did you feel about, like, what was your feelings going through into this meeting? I was extremely scared. Why were you scared? Because my parents were going to finally find out that I had been engaging in sexual activity with Robert. Woo-wee! Here we go. Question. Why did you have the impression that your parents were going to find out at this meeting? Answer. Because in the prior conversation that Robert and I had, he finally admitted to me that it was true, that there was a tape leak between us and it was about to become legal. So he needed to let my parents know to get them on board with further approaches. Wow. Okay, so let's back up. So you said he said that was about to become legal. Is that what you said? Yes. What did you understand that to mean? Well, I knew that they were planning on turning the tape over to the authorities. Who was? Stephanie or whomever had the possession of the tape? Okay, so when you said things were going to get legal, what does that mean to you? He just basically explained to me that things were about to go to the next level as far as authorities becoming involved. So I needed to let my parents know that we did have a sexual relationship because they were going to find out, confirmed through the authorities. They already knew though. Okay, you said that he finally let me know that the tape had been leaked. What are you talking about? He finally let let me know. When it was originally presented to me, it was as if it was speculation. They weren't sure if the tape was leaked or not. So he was presenting it to me through conversation that it was a possibility, but not for certain. Okay, so then you say he confirmed. I'm sorry. Y'all, I got the doggone thing all the way over here. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all all right. I had the mic all the way over to the side. All right, can y'all hear me? My bad, I ain't come check on y'all. I dropped my first single tonight of a new PP. Oh, snap. Big Bad putting out music. We definitely want to hear the music. All right, y'all. I guess y'all can hear me. Okay. Right, my godfather. Hey, T House. What's good, baby? Who got it? Okay. Good night. T Man. What's good, Trevin? Okay. Okay, we going back over there. Clear? Okay. I'm going back. Y'all make sure y'all getting the lights up. Okay. Okay, so then when you say he confirmed, what did he answer? That basically we weren't able to retrieve the tape back, so that it was going to become very public and that it was going to be turned over to a legal team. Question. And then you also said that this was about to become a situation that your parents needed to know about now. Yes. Okay. Why did your parents need to know about the sexual relationship that you two were having? He wanted to let them know that it was true and that it was also an effort to get them to be Miss BonJean. Objection to her speculation as to Mr. Kelly's state of mind. If she has firsthand knowledge, court, she could say what he said, but not what she thinks he thought. So I'll sustain the objection. You can reframe the question. What did he say about why your parents needed to become involved? Because he wanted them on his team as far as handling the legal aspects of what was about to take place. Okay, so we were talking about this, Mr. Penny. Should we take a break? Court, in about 15 minutes, we'll do it. Appendage, okay, half past. Okay, Your Honor, Mr. Penny. So we were talking about this in the lead up to this meeting that you were talking about that occurred in Oak Park. So who attended this meeting? It was me, my mom, my dad, and Robert. Okay. And again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. This is to reiterate ourselves. We were talking about early 2002. Is that correct? That's when this meeting occurred? Yes. You had mentioned that Mr. McDavid had set it up, but was Mr. McDavid there at the meeting? I can't remember if he was there or not. You don't know one way or the other whether he was there? No. What happened when did you arrive at the meeting with your parents? Yes. What happened when you arrived with your parents? My dad and Robert stepped away in a room, like my mom and I were kind of waiting on one side, and they were talking in another room. And I just remember my dad storming out and being upset. And he told my mom that it was true, that there was a videotape of Robert and I, and he was crying and he was upset. And he got on the elevator, and Robert was begging for his forgiveness and pleading to don't turn on him and all that. And my dad, I remember his words very clearly saying, Miss BonJean, I'm going to object to hearsay as to his what the father said. But the court, this is not hearsay. It is a statement of fact, what she heard, overruled. Miss Appendage, go ahead. He was just saying, I can't help you. I can't help you. And we got our belongings and we left. So let's back up a little bit. So what happened first was your father and Mr. Kelly were off having a conversation by themselves. Is that correct? Yes. Do you know exactly what was said during the conversation between the two of them? No. When they joined, came back and joined you and your mother, how was your father's emotional state at the moment? It was hysterical. What did you observe about Robert Kelly at that moment? What was he doing? He was crying. He was sincere. I remember him dropping to his knees and grabbing his head and apologizing profusely and just asking for my dad's forgiveness. What were you and your mother doing at this point? We were crying. We were emotional. Why were you crying and emotional? Because I was embarrassed for lying to my parents. They finally understood everything was true. And it was just my first admittance to them as far as what was happening. And I was also afraid and fearful for what was going to happen to Robert. What, if anything, did you communicate about your feelings for Robert in that meeting? I was very emotional and I was telling them how much I care for him and how much I loved him and how much he loved me. And I was on his side as far as begging for their forgiveness and just pleading for them not to turn on him or go against him. You said then you all got to the elevator. Who was making their way to the elevator? Me, my dad, and my mom. Was Mr. Kelly with you all when you were leaving? Yes, he was walking out because he was still trying to have a conversation with my dad. What was he saying? He was just pleading for his forgiveness and just asking him not to turn on him. Was there a response at the time from your mom or dad about not turning on him? My dad, he was saying, I can't help you. And after you got in the meeting, after you got to the elevator, is that when you and your parents left? Yes. And did you, so in the days after the meeting, what conversation, if any, did you have with Mr. Kelly about what happened in the meeting? We were just talking about, it was just like gagging, like, excuse me, how my parents were like responding to me at home. Oh, gauging, not gagging, gauging how my parents responded to me at home. Has any other topics of conversation come up with about the tape, or just really gauging what took place at that time and what was the environment like out after that? So to get this straight, he was questioning you. He was asking you questions about what was happening in the environment at my home. Is that what you were saying? Yes. What kind of questions? He would ask like how my parents were feeling. Could I get a feel for you? Can I get a feel for, their mentalities towards this situation? And what did I think they were going to do? And just reinforcing how important it was now that we have admitted it to them, to not admit it to anyone else. Question: what, if anything, did he say about you all had talked about before the meeting, which was letting your parents know, if any, effort to get them on his side? Miss BonJean, objection to the foundation of the question. And the U.S. attorney keeps going back. Like, ask the question, get the answer, and then just continue to go back. It's cumulative. It's been asked and answered. Let me read court. Let me read the question. Court, I think she answered that before. I think it's correct. So I'll sustain the objection. Question. Okay, so at some point, shortly after this meeting, or in the weeks that followed the meeting, did you leave the country for a trip? Yes. Why did you leave the country? Because there was a lot of negative attention happening around the videotape, and Robert wanted us to leave the country to pretty much clear our heads, figure out what the approaches we were going to be moving forward, and just not to have any attention on us, and for us to be available or just around or like accessible. Oh, and just to not have attention on us, and for us to be, yeah, she said for us to be available or just be around or like accessible. Let me read that again. Okay, because there was a lot of negative attention happening around the videotape, and Robert wanted us to leave the country to pretty much clear our heads, figure out what the approaches were going to be moving forward, and just to not have any attention on us, or for us to be available or just around or like accessible. Available or accessible for what? Like the authorities or just press, things of that nature. Where did you go? To the Bahamas and Cancun, Mexico. Who went with you? My mom, my dad. How long was the trip, if you recall? From what I remember, I want to say maybe 2 weeks. So just to put a bookmark between the time, so between the meeting and before you went on the trip, how were you interacting with your parents at the time? I was really shut down, really standoffish. I was told to make them feel uncomfortable. I was told to make them feel uncomfortable so that they would not turn against him. And that's exactly what I did. You said you were told to make them feel uncomfortable. By whom, Robert? What types of things were you doing to create distance between you and your family, your parents? I should say your parents. I was not talking to them. What else? I would sleep in my closet, just like totally shut down from the world. So when you went on a trip, how were you interacting with your parents? Things started to pick up a little bit better. We started communicating a little bit more. They were trying to just understand what was happening with me. So it got a little bit better. Overall, how was the trip? Like, was it a fun vacation or how was the time spent? It was not a fun vacation. It was not considered to be a vacation. It was literally us trying to understand all of the positions that we were in. And what do you mean by all of the positions that you were in? Well, I lied to my parents and I was keeping that. The nature of my relationship with Robert a secret. So they had to digest all of that, and they had questions for me. So it was really uncomfortable. Were you in touch with Mr. Kelly during this trip? Yes. How were you communicating? By phone. What was the nature of the conversations during the trip? Everything was pretty much revolved around how we were going to handle the videotape. And what do you mean how you're going to handle the videotape? Again, it was just him reinforcing how much this should be kept a secret, how I need to deny all of these allegations and not have certain conversations with certain people. Don't talk over the phone. Don't communicate with this person. It's about trust. It's about trust. It was just the nature of how to handle myself in this situation. Did you discuss your parents Yes. What did you discuss about your parents? I just let him know that I was following his instructions on how I should handle them, and I was trying to gauge where their mentalities were as far as what they wanted to know. I'm sorry, as what they wanted to do or not do. So, in a sense, in all honesty, I was kind of working on them to be in his favor. When you say working on them to be in his favor, what do you mean? Can you explain a little bit more? Just begging them, pleading with them how much I love him, how much he loves me, and to please don't turn on him. I don't want his career to be ruined. I don't want his secret about me to be true either. So it was just me really trying to get them not to turn on him as it was referenced. Court, this is a good time to break now. Sure. Thanks, Your Honor. We'll take a 15-minute recess until a quarter to 5. I'm a quarter to 4. All rise. All right. Lord have mercy. Okay, what does this say? 807. I wonder how much more they gotta go. Lord have mercy. I wish it would show me. I don't think it's much more. Woo, child. We might be able to keep going. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. We at the break. Let's see. We was at. Okay. I think we was at 801. It was inside the room. Okay, open court. Okay, yeah, we was at 80. So we left off at 807. All right, you guys. I think we gonna wrap it up. I'm sorry, I had Chi-Town thing up there. 807. Well, let me do this because they at the break. Let me see if I can read a little bit more. And let me go a little bit further. And then we'll get out of here because it's 5:30 a.m. And I appreciate y'all being on here. Y'all get the likes up. Okay, let me go back. Let's do a little bit more. And then we're going to call it a day. And we'll catch up. All right. Let's see. The following proceedings where had an open court, jury out, court much longer, at least half an hour. Okay. Please be seated. You may continue. Okay. Good afternoon, Jane. Good afternoon. Before we move on to our next topics, I wanted to recircle back to videos 1 and 2. I did not ask you these questions, and they are: how did you know that the video 2, which was in a living room scene that you described earlier, how did you know that it was being filmed? Because I saw the camcorder. Where was it in terms of inside the room, outside the room? It was inside the room. And as to video 1, which was in the log cabin scene, how did you know that it was being filmed? Because it was also in the room. I'm sorry, because it was also in the room. What was in the room? The camcorder. Okay, let's move on to, we were talking about the trip that you were on with your parents. You were talking about that you were in touch with Mr. Kelly during a trip. Did you and your parents come to any agreements or conclusions about how you would go forward with regard to disclosing to anyone your sexual relationship with Robert Kelly? Yes. What was the conclusion or agreement that you and your parents came to? They were going to do as I asked and basically stay on his side as far as how they were going to handle the situation legally. Question: what does that mean? Stay on his side. At the time, they had to quit their jobs. They weren't working. They couldn't afford lawyers. So they also didn't want to lose me within the equation. So they agreed to be on his side as far as denying the fact that I was on the videotape. Do you hear that, people? She said that at the time they had to quit their jobs. Now I want to know why they had to quit their jobs. Okay, they weren't working. They couldn't afford the lawyers, so they also didn't want to lose me in the equation. So they agreed to be on his side as far as denying the fact that I was on the videotape. Now that don't make sense. What was the fact that you not working and couldn't afford lawyers? What does that have to do with losing Kales? It sounds like some type of financial kick right there, y'all. Am I wrong? Okay. Because why does it matter that they weren't working and couldn't afford lawyers, but they didn't want to lose you? No, it sounds like they didn't want to lose Kales, okay? Because it sounds like since they ain't had no job, that they then determined that he was gonna be a financial factor to them. Okay. That's just my thoughts. Okay. Question. I have some follow-up questions regarding that. You said that at the time your parents had lost their jobs. When was it that they lost their jobs? After the videotape was made public, to try to bring it down to a little. She said after the videotape was made public. Oh, that's what they saying. So after the videotape was made public, I guess the spot was blown up, so they had to quit their jobs. Okay, I see what they saying now. Okay, to try to bring it down to a smaller time frame. Was that before or after the trip that you all went on? Before. Okay, I want to talk about one other thing that occurred on a trip while you were in Mexico. Did you, Miss BonJean, objection? Are we in Bahamas or are we in Mexico? Okay, acting like she confused. Good job, BonJean. Mr. Pentage, while you were in Mexico, did you get tattoos? Yes. What were those tattoos? One was on my lower back. It was a butterfly with the vine around it. And the other one was a heart with like some fiery signs with Robert's name in the middle of the heart. Did your parents know about this? No. At the trip, while you were on the trip, did they know this happened? No. Why didn't you tell them? Because everything was still really sketchy with them, finding out about the relationship that we were in, and I wanted to keep that a secret. I wasn't it wasn't to tell it wasn't to tell anyone. It was just something I wanted to do. Why did you get those tattoos? Because I loved him and I cared for him, and I wanted to show and express that I was loyal to him. Okay. Before you was submissive, he was an authoritative figure. Now you care for him, now you love them, and now you want to show loyalty. Okay, who else knew about these tattoos at the time? Just Robert and I. So when did he know about the tattoo? It was shortly after I came back from the trip. When after you came back after the trip, are we talking weeks or months? I would say like a month after. How did you tell him or show him? I was a little afraid to share it with him because I knew that everything was already drawn out. I'm sorry, drawn a lot of attention to. So I kind of just acted as if it was surprising him. I'm sorry, that I was surprising him. And I let him know that I got a tattoo with his name on it on my body. Did you show it to him? Yes. What was his reaction? He acted like, he was like he liked it, but he was like, that's a problem. You can't have a tattoo like that with everything that we have going on as far as the videotape. What, if anything, was done to make sure that no one else will find out about this tattoo? He told me that I had to get it covered up. Who told you you had to get it covered up, Robert? And did you get it covered up? Yes. How? Milton took me to a tattoo artist's house, and that's when I got it covered up. How did you said Milton took you? Yes, Milton Brown. Yes. How did he get involved? I'm not exactly sure. I would assume that he and Robert had a conversation about the tattoo. Miss BonJean, objection to her assumptions, but court. All right. Objection sustained. Question. Is it that how was it that you got in a car? Did you get in a car with Milton Brown to take you to the house too? Yes. Get this tattoo removed or covered. I was going to ask a question. How was it that you got into a car with Milton Brown to go to get this done to your tattoo? Robert let me know that June Brown was coming to pick me up to take me to get the tattoo covered up. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Brown prior to getting in the car about the tattoo? No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Brown on the way to the house to get the tattoo covered with Mr. Brown? No. When you got to his house, even though it was a house, was it professional, like tattoo shop? It was set up as a tattoo shop, yes. And do you know the people that were in? Had you ever met those people inside that ultimately, I'm sorry, had you ever met those people inside that ultimately would be working on a tattoo? No. How did you know where to go and what to do when you got there? Because Milton Brown let me know what I needed to do when we got to the house. And what is it that you needed to do when you got to the house? To go inside? He was expecting that he had to do a cover up and to not have much conversation, and that was it. Sorry. So who were you talking to on the inside of the house? The tattoo artist. Did you speak to the tattoo artist, or did Milton Brown come in and speak to the tattoo artist? He did go inside with me, but I was communicating with the tattoo artist. About how long did the procedure take? Maybe about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. Was Mr. Brown there with you the entire time? Yes. Did the two of you meaning you and Mr. Brown, leave the house together? Yes. And where did he take you, if you recall? I believe back to the studio. And on the way back, did you talk about the tattoo or what happened while you were in the tattoo, while you were getting something done to the tattoo? No. What exactly did they do to the tattoo? The tattoo artist, he shaded the inside of the heart with it like a design over the name. And is that shaded design do you still have that on your body today? Yes. Have you changed the tattoo again in any way? No. Who paid for that procedure? I believe Robert. Miss BonJean, objection to her belief of who paid. Either she knows or she doesn't. Answer, Robert. Miss Appendage, I could ask a series of questions. Court overruled. I will let it stand. How do you know Robert paid for it? Because he was the one who had me get it covered up. Question. That happened, as you mentioned, on the heels of you coming back from this trip from Mexico and Cancun with your parents, correct? Yes. So when you all came back from the trip, did things change in the terms of your interactions with your parents? Did things change with respect to the interactions with your parents? Yes. How did it change? They were kind of wavering as far as how they wanted to, as to whether or not they wanted to protect Robert in the situation. So again, I became really different with them. Hold on. Let me adjust my thermostat, y'all. Hold up. Okay. Oh, my stomach trying to growl, y'all. We still going. Okay. So again, I became really different with them, not talking to them, distancing myself, and just I became out of character so they could feel uncomfortable about feeling like they wanted to go against him. How were you making them feel uncomfortable? Answer, I was suicidal. I stopped eating. I was just a series of things that I was taking place. I'm sorry, it was just a series of things that was taking place within the family that were affecting me. They were under a lot of pressure, but I was so focused on protecting him that I was willing to do anything to have them not go against him in any way. Were your parents still, you had mentioned they were out of work. Were they still out of work at this time again? This time period when you came back from the trip? Yes. How was your relationship with Mr. Kelly when he returned from the trip? It was okay. He was just at this point, we were sneaking, contacting with each other because we were not trying to include everybody in our business, so to speak, as far as knowing the approaches with how we were going to handle the videotape situation. So we got closer. When you say closer, what do you mean? Just a bonding side. Everything that he was saying, it kind of made sense to me. I wanted to protect him. I loved his children. He was very successful in his career. I didn't want anything to happen to him, and I did love and care about him. Okay. Did you all think that you did you think that you had a future with him at this point? This is right after you get back from the trip. Yes. What kind of future did you think you had with him? Marriage. Now, he was still married at the time. Is that right? Yes. How did this current marriage play into the plans that you had for the two of you to get married? He would have conversations with me expressing to me how much he loved me and how much he was in love with me, and that he was trying to figure out how to lead a situation to make me his wife. Woo, Lord. Ooh, Book of Tricks and Games 101. My God. The good old I'm leaving my wife trick. Okay. By that situation, you mean leave his current wife? Is that right? Yes. So when you come back from the trip, this was early in 2002, correct? Yes. In early 2002, or in those months, early months of 2002, what, if anything, was happening? Strike that. Did you receive a subpoena to testify before the grand jury? Yes. And it was a grand jury with the Cook County from the state. Is that correct? Yes. Who else in your family, if anyone, received the grand jury subpoena to testify in the state grand jury? I believe my father. In 2002, did you indeed testify in the grand jury? Yes. And before you went into the grand jury, did you talk to Mr. Kelly? Yes. Again, when I say go in, I mean before you testified. Yes. What was the nature of that conversation? It was just about my loyalty to him, how to handle myself during the meeting as far as being confident, how I should answer questions, just about like my delivery with just answering questions or just reiterating how strong and stern I needed to be as far as denying our relationship and the sex tape question. So then, what was your understanding on why you were being subpoenaed to even testify in the state grand jury? Because I was involved in child pornography. That was your understanding of what the type of questions they would be asking you? Yes. So did you follow Mr. Kelly's instructions when you went into the grand jury? Yes. When I went, I'm sorry, when you went to testify in the grand jury, was a lawyer present with you? Yes. What, I'm sorry, was that your lawyer? It was a lawyer that he got from me. Yes. Who's he, Robert? How did you know that he got the lawyer for you? Because he let me know that I will have somebody representing me. I never speak to any authorities without my lawyer being present, and that was pretty much it. Did you have an opportunity to meet with that person beforehand before you testified? Yes. Do you recall what that person's name is? I do not. What were the conversations with that generally? What were the conversations with that attorney? Just questions about what they will be asking me about my cross necklace that I was wearing and just how to answer the questions and how to handle myself. When you say cross necklace, what I'm sorry, that you were wearing, why was that an issue? Why did that come up? Because the cross that they were going to be questioning me about was a cross that I had on my passport picture that was also that I was also wearing in the videotape. Okay, so the cross, just let me back up a little bit. So the videotape, what videotape are you talking about? So the one that took place in the basement in the log cabin. So you were talking about the videotape scene. Sorry, you're talking about the sexual encounter that occurred at 1010 West George Street in the basement of Mr. Kelly's home. Is that right? Yes. What was your understanding about how the cross played into that all? It was considered evidence and it needed to be gotten rid of. So I was instructed to bring in the cross as well as my passport that showed me wearing the necklace that I was wearing in the videotape. So just to be clear, did that happen at this time before you were going into the grand jury or another time? It happened at another time, but it was all related to the lead up from me going in to speak with them. So that was my conversation with the lawyer. Objection, foundation is lacking there. But court, another time, I'm not sure. This is right before she went into the grand jury, Miss BonJean. But then the U.S. attorney said, or was that another time? So she just led her with some alternative time, and then the witness agreed to it. So now we have no foundation. Miss Appendage, Your Honor, we can talk later about the next time that she was court. All right, let's go on. Miss Appendage, the cross. Thank you. Miss Appendage. So before you went to the grand jury, you were saying you were having these conversations about the cross. You recall, I'm sorry, you recall the recording that was on, you recall that encounter, that the sexual encounter with Mr. Kelly in the basement of his home. You were 14 years old at this depicted video one. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, she's 14 again, y'all. And what, if anything, piece of jewelry that you were wearing in that video? The silver cross. And it was a silver cross. We had talked earlier in your testimony about silver crosses, one that Mr. Kelly bought for you and one that your parents bought for you. Yes. What cross were you wearing in the video one? The one that my parents bought for me. So prior to your testimony in the grand jury, as you are walking into the room, do you recall being sworn in to tell the truth? Yes. They put you on the oath similar to like they did here. Yes. And when you went into the grand jury, were you truthful about your sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly? No. Do you recall the things that you were not truthful about? Yes. What did you tell that was not true? That I was not involved with him sexually and that we had never made any videotapes. When you were in the grand jury back in 2002, did the people that were presenting materials that grand jury, did they show you photos or pictures? Yes. Were you actually depicted in those photos or pictures? Can you rephrase the question to me? Were you depicted in those photos? Yes. And what were those photos of, if you can remember? Me in a certain hairstyle, making certain poses or gestures that I was doing during the videotape. Were they, you were saying that they were from the videotape? Yes. And you looked at those images in the grand jury? Yes. And you were depicted in them? Yes. And you did say it was you? I'm sorry. No. So you were untruthful, correct? And why were you untruthful? Because I was afraid to expose Robert, because I was afraid of what might happen to my parents. I also did not want that person to be me. When you say you didn't want that person to be me, what do you mean? I was ashamed. Were you uncomfortable of being truthful? Yes. As part of the investigation, as part of the case that led to the charges today, you received immunity from the government. Is that correct? Yes. What does that mean, that you have immunity? That if I correct my mistake by telling the truth, that I won't be prosecuted. That you won't be prosecuted for what? For lying under oath. Does your immunity also extend to all of the things that you have said to the investigators in the case? Yes. What is your understanding of what you need to do? Your responsibility in order to the government to uphold its end of the bargain. Tell the truth. Tell the truth when? Now and here, right now. And did you also need to tell the truth when you were meeting with the investigators? Yes. And if the government determined that you were being untruthful, if you were found to be untruthful, what will happen? I could potentially be prosecuted for lying under oath. And would the government be able to use statements that you have made against you in further cases? Is that right? Yes. Now, after the state grand jury in 2002, did you learn that Mr. Kelly was indeed charged by the state? Can you repeat that? After the grand jury, when you went into the grand jury in 2002, did you learn that Mr. Kelly was charged with criminal? Yes. Criminal charges by the state? Yes. What was your understanding of what those charges were related to? The videotape that we made, which was considered child pornography. And the videotape, which videotape? Which videotape are you talking about? The basement log cabin scene? Shortly after he was charged in 2002, what, if anything, did Mr. Kelly ask you to sign? A confidentiality agreement. What was contained in the confidentiality agreement? To be completely truthful, I'm not exactly sure because I didn't read it. But he explained to me that it is just for his protection to make sure that I didn't go off and tell the truth or change my story as far as what things took place with our sexual relationship. So if I wanted to show him my loyalty, I needed to sign that agreement. So in the weeks, months after the charges and leading up into the preparation for Mr. Kelly's trial in 2000, the trial was in 2008. Prior to that, after the grand jury, so we are talking about between 2002 and 2008. In preparation for the trial, did you meet with Mr. Kelly's lawyers that he was working with for those charges? Yes. And early in your testimony, you had mentioned that you had a meeting with the lawyers about the cross. Yes. Can you explain to us about who brought you that cross and in relation to this meeting? What was that? Sorry. In relation to these meetings with the lawyers, what was that about? That cross was a big part of evidence. So they were really adamant about me giving the cross over to them so they can get rid of it, as well as giving them my passport. They were just asking me different questions about where did I buy it from, what was it made out of, and that we needed my passport with the picture on it so that it was no longer evidence. Okay. So did this conversation that you were talking about, did it happen in one meeting? Is it your recollection that it happened in one meeting or was it multiple conversations? It was multiple conversations. Who would be present when you were meeting with the lawyers talking about this necklace, this cross necklace? It was like Daryl McDavid and Robert. So when lawyers were talking about you having to return, you having to turn in the cross, why would you have to turn in the cross? Why was it evidence from your understanding of these conversations? Because it was the cross I was wearing in the videotape. So did you indeed turn over the cross to someone? Yes. Who? To the lawyers? Do you know specifically what lawyers? I don't remember. What else, if anything, did you turn over to the lawyers? My passport. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Government Exhibit 115. Okay, do you see it on the screen? The cross I was wearing in the video. The cross I was wearing in the video. What's it a picture of? Picture my passport. Is this a photo from the passport that you applied for in March 1997? Yes. In March 97, you would have turned 13 in September of that year. Is that right? Yes. Is this true and accurate depiction of your passport photo that was in your passport book that you turned over to Mr. Kelly's lawyers? Yes. Now, how in the hell did she get back to 13, y'all? Oh, Father, I'm confused. I thought that they went on the trip close to when the trial date was. I'm confused. How is she 13 again? Is this true and accurate depiction of the passport photo that was in your passport book that you turned over to Mr. Kelly's lawyers? Yes. Is that true and accurate? Okay, y'all, they admitted it into evidence. Any objections? Brinley, no. No, judge. Court admitted. Okay, you may publish. Okay, again, with the cross you were wearing in this passport photo, the one of my parents bought me. Do you recall any of the names of lawyers on Robert's team that you met with the leading up to this trial? Yes. Okay, what are some of their names? A answer. Ed Jensen. I believe there was a Sam. Anyone else? Palladino. Did you, when you met with these lawyers, what was the nature of the conversation? It was about my line of questioning as far as the videotape was concerned. Anything, the cross, the passport, how to handle myself when being questioned, how to respond to certain questions that were being asked of me, and to continue to deny the videotape. You say continue to deny. Did they know that that was you in the videotape? Mr. Brindley, objection, Your Honor. That is purely speculative of the lawyers. The court, objection is sustained. Why did you have to turn over the passport again? Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Brindley, objection. Speculation as to the motivation of the group of lawyers. Why did you have to turn over court? Why did you have to turn over the passport again? Objection sustained. You did turn over your passport, however, to these lawyers. Is that correct? Yes. So leading up to the trial, did your relationship with Mr. Kelly change at all leading up to the trial between 2002 and 2008? Yes. When did it change and how? Can you give me the dates again? Sure. So 2002, when you testified in the grand jury, late 2000, sorry, not late 2000, 2002, Mr. Kelly was charged with the state. So then between 2002 and 2008 was a time between charges and the trial. It changed tremendously after he was found not guilty. Objection, not responsive. Court overruled. So let's talk about the time leading up to the trial. Where were you living during the time period leading up to the trial? Can you give me like the dates and like rephrase the question so I can process it? Sure. So in 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, those years leading up to Mr. Kelly's state court trial, where were you living? So I would have been 17, 18, 19 years old at the time. I was living at the house in Olympia Fields. Prior to that, so she living in the home with Kels and the wife. Prior to that, just prior to that, where were you living with my parents? Where were you living with them exclusively from the time you got back from the trip until you moved into Olympia Fields? Yes. About what age? What age did you move to Olympia Fields? I was 17. Okay, and when you say Olympia Fields, what are you talking about? His house, Robert's house in Olympia Fields. So at 17 years old, you moved to his house in Olympia Fields. Yes. Why did you move to his house in Olympia Fields when you were 17? A, we were still in a relationship at the time, and he wanted to be much closer to him so that if anything happened, or basically like I was under his wing of avoiding anything with the media or family. Like I was basically more so in his control. So we were talking about this in the context of how things change. Did your relationship change from being one? Did your relationship change? Yes. How did it change and when? It changed after the trial was complete. It changed for the worse as far as other women being involved, as far as abuse coming into play and things of that nature. What do you mean by abuse coming into play? Miss BonJean, Judge, I have an objection. I would like to place it on record at a sidebar. All right. Okay, so they got a sidebar. It's all redacted. They redacted the sidebar. Okay, end of sidebar. Let's see what it says. Okay, by misappendage, Jane, were you testifying that you had suffered some type of abuse? Can you just generally describe that abuse that during this time period? Objection, Ms. BonJean. Objection, foundation. If we can get a time period, the court. What was the time period? I have lost track. The judge confused y'all. Miss Appendage, the witness was testifying about the time period when she, Miss BonJean, the witness can testify rather than the U.S. attorney. I would like to hear from the witness. Court, we were talking about while she was living in Miss Appendage, Olympia Fields, Your Honor. Court, Olympia Fields with Mr. Kelly. So is that the time period we're talking about? Miss Appendage, yes, Your Honor. Court, all right, proceed. Miss BonJean, Your Honor, that was many years. We are talking years. It is, I'm sorry, is it immediately? I think it isn't fair. I mean, given the length of time she was living with him, that they pinpoint at least a year. Court, give us some kind of wait. Give us some kind of chronology. Oh, that is what he said. So we know when we're talking about appendage. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, when did you move to Mr. Kelly's Olympia? I'm sorry, move to Olympia Fields, Mr. Kelly's Olympia Fields house. How old were you? 17. And you were started to testify about abuse that you endured when you were living there. Is that correct? Yes. When did the abuse start? At about 17. And when did it end? When I left, when was that? I was about 24. That's bananas. She stayed there from 17 to 24 with the wife and kids. Question, and just in very general terms, can you describe the type of abuse? It involved being spanked and hitting. And how did that make you feel? Horrible. How were you? Why did you stay with Mr. Kelly at this time if you felt horrible? Because sometimes that abuse would come from me trying to leave. So again, why were you living at, you explained already why you were living at the Olympia Fields home. And led up to the trial, and lead up to the trial, you were able to talk to your parents about what was going on with you. No. Were you financially dependent on Mr. Kelly at this time? BonJean, objection to the leading. This is just the U.S. attorney testifying. I'm going to move things along. Overruled. Yes, she can answer that. Just don't lead her anymore. Yes. By Miss Appendage. Why were you financially dependent on Mr. Kelly at this time period? Again, we were talking about between the time you were 17 years old until you were 26, because I wasn't allowed to work. I'm sorry. You said you were 24 years old. I apologize for that. Why weren't you able to work? He didn't allow me to. How did this abuse that you suffered and being financially dependent on Mr. Kelly factor into your decision to, if at all, to tell anybody about what happened to you when you were 14, 15, 16 years old in terms of sexual relationship you had with Mr. Kelly? Ms. BonJean, I'm going to object to the continuing relevance of this, and as it relates to any count in this indictment, for the same reasons that I've already placed on the record, Your Honor. The court overruled. She can answer. Can you rephrase the question for me? Miss Appendage, question, sure. How did this abuse, being financially dependent on Mr. Kelly, lead to you not disclosing, not telling anyone what happened to you when you were 14, 15, 16 years old and having a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly? It created fear. How? Can you explain? At this point, I was afraid to talk to anybody. And then I had buried these secrets within myself and my surroundings. So I just really made, I'm sorry, so it just really made me timid and afraid to speak to anyone about it. It was really difficult because it would happen frequently, and then I would try to leave or even to stay. It was both seemed difficult. Okay, she said she would try to leave and she would even try to stay. Okay, brief pause. The court, anything further? Or are we? Yes, Your Honor. There's further questioning, about 15 minutes, probably less than that. Question: after you were living in Olympia Fields' house after the trial, after Mr. Kelly's trial, is that correct? Yes. You were still living there? Yes. And that was in 2008? Yes. At what point did you said you were trying to leave. At one point did you actually leave Mr. Kelly? How old were you? About 23, 24. Where did you move away to? Where did you move to? To University Park. You moved away from Mr. Kelly? Yes. And how were you able to pay for your living expenses? You guys, University Park, that's a south suburb, okay, outside of Chicago. Yes. And how were you able to pay for your living expenses? He was helping me with that. How was he helping you? He will help me pay the rent financially. Were there any other ways in which he helped you financially during that time? Like after leaving? Yes. Yes. He helped me with rent, and I started working shortly after that. So he helped me get transportation by giving me a car so I would be able to get to work. What kind of car was that? A Denali. Woo! Snap. A Denali. Okay, you said that directing your attention to 2014, did you ask Mr. Kelly to help you with your rent? Yes. And what was his response? He said yes. How did he help you with your rent? He wrote out a check. One check or multiple checks? I can't remember exactly how it was coming through, but I do remember going to an office and picking up a check before. Did any of these checks have anything that appeared unusual to you on it? Yes. What? I noticed when I deposited one of the checks, it stated settlement. Did you have any type of settlement agreement with Mr. Kelly? No. After the 2008 trial, again leading to the 2014, when you receiving those checks and still in communication with Mr. Kelly, did you tell anybody about the abuse suffered? Strike that. Did you tell any about the sexual relationship that you had with Mr. Kelly when you were 14, 15, 16, 17 years old? Yes. Who? I was talking to my parents about it. Did you tell any police or law officer? No. Leading up to your testimony today, however, did you tell law enforcement? No. In preparation for your trial, in preparation for your testimony today, did you tell law enforcement about what happened to you back when you were 14, 15, 16, 17 years old? Yes. When did that happen? It started about 2 or 3 years ago. Why did you tell law enforcement at that time after so many years? Because I became exhausted with living with his lies. Was it hard for you to say the words about what happened to you when you were 14, 15, 16 years old? Yes. Why? BonJean, objection. Hold on. My voice getting cloudy. Hold on. Shoot, y'all. Look like 10 more pages. Let's see if we can make it. Miss BonJean, objection to this. I mean, I have no problem with her explaining. Court, objection sustained. Just a moment, Your Honor. Court, okay. Miss Appendage, we have nothing further, Your Honor. Court, pardon. Miss Appendage, we have nothing further, Your Honor. Okay, we will suspend until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Mr. Brinley, Judge, I'm going to go first. Judge, I won't be long today. I don't think. Court, do you want to ask some questions now? Mr. Brinley, I think I might be able to get done by 5. All right, proceed then. Mr. Brinley, you may question. Okay, thank you. Cross-examination on behalf of defendant McDavid by Mr. Brinley. Jane, my name is Bo Brinley. I'm a lawyer. I represent Daryl McDavid. It's been a long day, right? Yes, so I'm going to try to get through this pretty quickly with you. I know it's been a long day. The first question has to do with, you said that you met with multiple lawyers, and I believe it's the law office of Ed Jensen, right? Yes. And there were different meetings you had with the various lawyers there, right? Yes. Now, the way Eddie's office was set up, there was a big suite with multiple offices, right? I can't remember the setup. Okay. Was there an area out in front where people could sit, and then there were offices where you can go back and talk? Does that sound about right? Honestly, I don't remember the setup of the office. Okay. You know that there were occasions when you met with the lawyers and Daryl McDavid was in the office, right? Yes. Okay, but in terms of when you were actually talking to the lawyers behind closed doors, you can't really recall for sure whether he was in there at the time or whether he was out in the front. Is that fair to say? Yes. Okay. And you talked about having discussions with the lawyers about the cross necklace, right? The cross necklace is something that had been asked about the grand jury, right? Correct. The passport photos and cross necklace is something that the state investigators knew about and they questioned you about, right? Correct. That was back when you had a lawyer that Robert had gotten for you. And who was there with you? Right? I'm sorry. Who was there with you, right? Yes. So this cross necklace was some kind of a secret. Is it not? Is it known? Right? Yes. At some point, you said lawyers wanted you to give them the cross necklace, correct? Correct. Do you remember if you gave it to Mr. Ed Jensen? I'm not exactly sure who I gave it to. One of those guys, though, right? Eddie or Sam or one of the lawyers. Yes. Okay. And they asked you questions about the necklace too, right? Yes. Then, I'm sorry, they asked you about where did you get it, right? Is that, you got to say yes or no for the reporter? Yes. They asked you about what it was made of. I think you said right. Yes. And you don't know whether you gave it to somebody, to some kind of an expert to look at to see if it could be regenerated into a video. You don't know what they did with it, right? No. You certainly don't know what the lawyers told to Mr. McDavid about the necklace, do you? No. You don't know what the lawyers told McDavid about this case. Mr. McDavid, I'm sorry. You don't know what they told him about this case in general, do you? No. And you don't know how the things the lawyer said to Daryl might have impacted his thinking about this whole situation, do you? No. Now, as I have understood what you said here today, it's about Robert Kelly, basically. I don't know how to put it. He coached you to lie to all kinds of people. Is that fair? Yes. He coached you to give false statements to your parents, right? Yes. He coached you to give false statements to whatever investigators you came across, right? Yes. He coached you to give false statements to the grand jury, right? Yes. And you did what he told you, right? Correct. Because as you have said, he had that kind of power over you at that time. Fair to say? Yes. And Mr. Kelly, as I understood what you said, he was, according to what you said today, he was using this goddaughter godfather relationship as a sort of cover up to prevent anybody from knowing about the secret part of his life, right? Yes. Miss BonJean, objection to that. Misstates what her prior testimony was. Court, what was the objection again? It misstates what her prior testimony was. Court, okay, the jury may remember. So go ahead. Question: the godfather goddaughter relationship, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were saying that that was some sort of used as a means of, as a cover to keep secret the sexual part of the relationship, the secret part of the relationship. Am I right? Yes. Okay, so it's fair to say then that based on what you have described, Robert saying to you today, he made it clear that there was this part of his life that involved you and this secret sexual relationship. He wanted that kept secret from the world, right? Yes. He was a public figure, right? Yes. He had a huge public persona that you have said really appealed to you, right? Yes. And that public persona is far different than what you have been describing here today, right? Correct. So he, as you have said, as I understood you, he went through a lot of efforts in talking with you to make sure that the public part of his persona was never impacted by the secret part, right? Miss BonJean, I'm going to object. Her testimony on this stands. This is just Mr. Brindley recharacterizing. I don't know what it's relevant to. Her testimony about her conversation with Mr. Kelly have already been made that of her examination. He is just summarizing and recharacterizing to his liking. Mr. Brindley, Mr. Brindley, that's cross examination. Court, you don't need to argue. I'm overruling the objection. This is cross examination. He can lead the witness. The witness is certainly able to disagree. Oh. If he characterizes your prior testimony incorrectly in your view, you are certainly able or should correct him, okay? Okay, Mr. Brindley, question. If I'm saying something wrong, please tell me, but I thought that you were saying was basically that he had a public persona and that this was the part of his life about the sexual part with you and some of the other people you talked about. He talked to you about making sure that never impacted his public life, right? Yes. It was supposed to be kept a secret. He took steps to keep it secret, right? Yes. Okay. That went on throughout the duration between when you met him, and this all started from the time of the trial in 2008. That went on the entire time. This process of keeping it secret from everybody, right? Yes. And certainly didn't hear what Robert was telling to Mr. McDavid when you weren't there about any of this, did you? You weren't there about any. Okay. Answer. Can you repeat the question? When you weren't around, you don't know what Robert told there, do you? You said when I was around, or I wasn't when you were not. No, I don't know. Okay. But what do you know? And what you described today is Robert was involved in an effort to lie or deny this to the world, right? Yes, Mr. Brindley. One moment, Your Honor, Mr. Brindley. I have further questions for the witness. Court, Miss Judge, will you be that quick? Miss Judge, no. We will go tomorrow. Okay, the court. All right, we will suspend till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Members of the jury, don't discuss the case. Don't go on social media and describe your experiences or ask questions. Don't do any independent research. Don't discuss the case with your family or anything else. And don't read about it. But have a nice evening anyway. The court security officers, all rise. Court, all right. Outside of the presence of the jury, does anybody want to put anything on the record before we suspend until tomorrow, Judge? Miss BonJean, yes, Judge. Again, I will renew my motion for a mistrial. This is clearly just incredibly antagonistic defenses. I'm sorry, antagonistic. It is clearly just incredibly antagonistic defenses. I don't know how much Mr. Kelly should have to do to defend a case. We have the government to contend with. We have Mr. McDavid to contend with. We have Mr. Brown to contend with. And we also have Mr. Brinley, who completely misled this court and me by suggesting that when we did our motion to sever that, oh, this is just Miss BonJean being so overreactive and hysterical. She is just manufacturing a basis for a severance because she was upset about not getting a continuance, which of course I didn't manufacture it. Clearly, this is always going to be antagonistic. And here we are. So Mr. Kelly is in an unfortunate position of having the government, especially 3 different government type of entities that he has to defend against. So we move for a mistrial. The court, all right, the motion is denied. I suppose you did figure this a little bit of finger pointing but as Judge Easterbrook said, that's sometimes not a bad thing. However, it's my understanding that to have sufficient antagonistic defenses, that the jurors must make a choice between one or the other, and that's not the case here. So the motion is denied. Have a nice evening, everybody. Miss BonJean, Judge, sorry. I don't want to belabor the point, but it is. I will argue that it is actually precisely that scenario. I would be happy. I'm going to put it in writing, Judge. I'm not going to take up any more tonight. The court, that's fine. Put it in writing. Thank you. All right, BonJean went in for another mistrial. Okay, this is a certificate. Okay, that's the stamp of the court. Woo! We did it, y'all. We did it. Oh my goodness, we did it. Okay, y'all. Hey, Nene B. Big Vad, say you still in here. All right, Big Vad. Court, what's going on? We still here. All right, y'all. Yeah, we out of here. We going to bed. I can't even barely talk no more. We ain't doing no panel. We gonna have to do a panel and catch up. Okay, it say so. Her mother owned the shoe store at the time, right? I don't know what her mama did. Hey, little mama. What's up, little mama? Yeah, I don't know if she had a shoe store. It was getting good. Yeah, it's getting good. Thank you, Big Bad. All right, y'all. So we out of here. We got so that was, we missed a couple parts with the when she cross-examined the officer and then landlord. We kind of skipped over that. We ain't really need to see that. I mean, if we need to go back later for some reason, we will. But Oh, you're welcome, Carmel. But we did Wednesday, we did Thursday, and we got Friday too. Now I want y'all to go back. For everybody who missed the beginning, I want you to go back and listen to the definition of what a pedo means, okay? I don't want nobody that's subscribed to this channel, affiliate with this channel, that watch this channel, that don't understand the proper definition of a pedo. Okay, that's a hot word with YouTube. Make sure y'all don't put it in the chat. But I'm going to say it again. A pedo is based on puberty. Okay? When a person has puberty. Okay? People that are a pedo, they like children that are pre-pubescent. That means before they have puberty. Okay? It has nothing to do with their age. Nothing to do with their age. It has to do with when they have their periods and when they have puberty. Pedos like children before they reach puberty. That's what that means. It has nothing to do with the age. Okay? It's prepubescent, that's before puberty, and post-pubescent is after puberty. Okay? And we all know people reach puberty at different times. That's males and females alike. So when people turn 12, that doesn't mean you automatically reach puberty. It don't work that way. For every individual, it is a different time. Like I said earlier, my friend, her started at 10. She was an early bloomer, okay? So, and for men, you guys know when you all reach puberty. It's a different time for everybody. So, do you all understand what I'm saying? Put a yes in the chat if you all understand what I'm saying about the word pedo. Yes, I understand, or no, I don't understand. Please let me know, because it's been irking me when I hear people misuse the word and try to mess it up. A lot of people use it for shock factor too, and I understand that. But I want people to know, okay, Big Val, you get it. Okay, at least somebody gets it, okay? So, again, the pedo word has to do with puberty. Pedos like children prior to reaching their puberty, okay? Normally, when they reach puberty, the pedos don't like them anymore, okay? Because they like children. The whole purpose of reaching puberty means you're going into adulthood, okay? So, please, I understand that. I hate it when people use that and they misuse it. Like I heard a lady, she was so confident and saying, yeah, the kid was 12, so yes, he is a pedo. It has nothing to do with age. It happens for everybody at an individual age, and it's as simple as I said. When the child reaches, before they reach puberty, is what pedos normally like. Normally, pedos, when they reach puberty, they don't want the kids anymore because those kids have now turned into adults. Okay? That's what it is. All right. Well, on their way to being adults, I should say, because they reach puberty, that's when you're maturing, okay? All right. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm not going to belabor it. I hope you guys understand. Ooh, we did 5 hours. Good Lord. Okay, it's time for us to go to sleep. Thank you, everybody, for all the super chats you sent. Thank you all for the super thanks. Thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. Thank you all who subscribe to the channel, who support the channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the reading of the transcripts. Once again, free Kels. We learned a lot. There's a lot of inconsistencies in this case. it's a lot of and that last paragraph of BonJean was saying everything the chaos has to go a lot. This is hard. And what she's saying is true. Let me go back to that part when she was like, Kale's got to go against the government. Right here. She's right. They have to fight against the government. She has to fight him against Mr. McDavid's attorney, Mr. Brown's attorney, and Mr. Brinley. And he said Mr. Brinley completely misled the court. Okay. That's a lie. Thank God for BonJean, you guys, because I'm telling you, now I'm not no attorney person, but I think she's doing a good job so far with everything she's got against her, plus doing her appeal, plus working with other clients. Okay, y'all, we gonna do a moment of silence for BonJean and Kels, a moment of silence and prayers for them. All right, you guys. Yes, pray for BonJean. All right. Let me see what she's saying. Yes, psychiatric disorder in which an adult has sexual fantasies about or engage in sexual acts with prepubescent. Yes, thank you, Dolores. Yes. I hated Dolores when they used and misused the word and really be thinking they saying something and really be thinking they knowing something. And it's so retarded and it's embarrassing too. I'm not gonna lie, because as color folks, it's embarrassing. And I'm like a word person. Words are so important, and it just irks me. It irks me. But hey, in some countries, at reaching puberty, change the consent. Oh wow, that's interesting. Yes, prayers for J Bo and Rob. All right, you guys, we getting out of here. We not going out to a beat or none of that. We going out to our pillows. All right, you guys. As always, do everything in God's divine order. Do everything in the spirit of righteousness to make sure righteousness prevails. You guys, Skylife loves y'all. And I'll see you guys for the next round. Take care and have a good night and a good morning.